Very delayed. Okay, but it'll.
Hey everybody, even the vendors, if you guys have not checked in out front, check in so you can at least get a band or a lanyard, whatever it is you're supposed to get. That way they'll let you back in the room because they're going to have security in front. And if you don't have a band or a lanyard, they're not going to let you back in the room. So I suggest just checking in real quick, even if you're still setting up. That way they can give you your wristband or lanyard. Thank you guys.
Look on. How's it look on my phone? Does it look crooked?
This side's a little higher.
Yeah.
already started. I know. That looks pretty straight. Does that look straight from where you're at?
No, it's but there's no
Give.
there's yeah.
That's the problem, huh? Because if you want to move it.
Because I know you have a limited. Yeah, let's do the last week and I'll let you all three together.
I don't want it to be all together.
against you, they're here's an area yeah, whenever I was in your house, I didn't see
Microphone check. Okay, John, can we get the music down a little bit? How's everybody doing today? Are you excited? Okay, do me a huge personal favor, guys. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate. I don't want anyone to get embarrassed if the phones are going off. Wait a minute. Okay, guys, we're going to get this thing started. Before I bring up the first speaker, there's going to be autograph posters in the back. So if you guys want to get autograph posters, we're going to have everyone sign posters. Let me give a shout out to our sponsors, Flair. Woohoo! Come on, guys. Let me also hear it for Kaylin Brown. Let's hear it for FML. Let's hear it for the one and only in the back, my man, Joga Chain. And Band Exchange. Now, I'm really excited to let you guys know that the reason we were able to bring these ticket prices down is because of these amazing sponsors. We're going to get everything started, guys. Now, people are going to be continuously coming in. And I have my man, if I can get him, if he's ready to go. My man, Jesse with Apex Crypto. Come on up, brother.
Hey guys, so nice to be here. Welcome to the 2026 XRP Las Vegas Meetup. Thanks so much to AJ. Amazing job, an amazing guy, so really appreciate him organizing this. My name is Jesse, also known as Apex Crypto Insights. 68J told me, like, Jesse, don't do a 24-hour XRP deep dive, okay? Just follow the schedule, get the heck out. So we try to stick to that. So yeah, just telling you the event schedule basically. We're gonna have a panel discussion around 10:10 in a few minutes from now. That's why I'm cramming this right now. 10:45, FinTech Management Limited is gonna come. 11:15, Calvin Brown. 10:45, Steven Sealer, Yellow XRP. 10 to 1 p.m. lunch break, networking. So it's gonna be about an hour lunch break. And then Josh Nelson will join us at 1:15, roughly, if we're running on time. 2:15, there'll be a networking break, about 15 minutes. Hugo Filion from Flair is going to come up around 2:30. At 3:30, networking break again, small break. John Deaton's going to come at 3:40. And 4 p.m., there's going to be Leadership and Community Awards. And then 5 p.m., there'll be a panel discussion with live Q&A. And then at 6 p.m., we're going to have a networking. It's going to be about an hour. We're going to go outside here for an hour, and we're going to let them organize for they're going to get everything ready here for the VIP dinner. So that's why we've got to go outside around 6 p.m. And around 7 p.m., we're going to have the VIP dinner for those that bought tickets. I know there was a wait for, they were all sold out. I'm not sure if there's a few extra ones left, but 6AJ will explain that if there's anything. And that's about it, guys. Thank you so much for coming. Love you guys, and we're so awesome. I look forward to meeting you guys, and this is great. Thank you. Oh, forgot one thing. We're going to bring on Brooke, and she's going to come and introduce the panel. She's going to host the next panel. I think she's coming.
All right, welcome. We're going to get the first panel started. So if the first panelist would like to come up now. We have Melissa with VTHO Crypto. And then we should have Mr. Man, Lady K, Alan Staple, and Justin Wen, and David. Come on up. Hello. All right, we'll just start with the two right now. So, Melissa. Oh, hello, Justin. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of people either got in late and stayed up late, and they're just not quite ready to start their day.
We're ready. Looks like now. Do we have? I think Lady K is all we're missing, aren't we? Okay. Well, hello. Welcome. Okay. So, David, we're going to start with you, actually. Sorry.
That might not be a good idea, but okay. Because anybody who knows me knows that I can talk for a while. Okay, that's
Okay, David. How do you think that the passage of the Clarity Act will affect the crypto market?
Well, that's a big question. I don't know how many people have actually taken the time to read the Clarity Act. I'm sure our John Deaton's probably read that whole thing back and forwards. But I've taken some time to really read it, and there's a lot of things in there that I think will have a major impact with respect to the global economy, not just the crypto space, and of course, the United States. And the reason I believe this is because it's going to set the stage for a lot of rails that, or the rules of the road. The road has been laid down. This is something I think that a lot of us here understand. We can see the infrastructure of this system and how it's been built into a lot of the financial networks around the world. So the rails are down. But the rules of the road are going to be absolutely paramount due to the fact that a lot of institutions have a fiduciary responsibility, and there cannot be any kind of ambiguity between their activities and what's going on in the marketplace, and those rules are there for the protection of all of us. So the Clarity Act is going to open the door for a lot of those institutions to really actually do a lot of things that I think they want to do. Jamie Dimon, he was recently interviewed,
And in the interview, he was talking about how JP Morgan Chase already has products and applications that they want to bring, to the marketplace. So they're already, a lot of these organizations have these kind of applications that they already want to bring on an institutional level. Now, I think that once that clarity comes, those applications are going to come out. After that, I believe you will see a cascading effect where retail applications are going to come into play. And I've oftentimes kind of looked at it like we may just walk into our bank one day and see one of these billboards that says, hey, custody your digital assets with us, and we will give you this kind of return over a period of time or whatever. Clarity is going to provide that. It's going to provide a regulatory framework where all of these things are going to be able to be played out. Now, I also believe that it will lead to subsequent regulation and legislation as things get defined. And I'll end it with this. I think right now we are really just on the threshold of a major global financial shift. I think we all feel that. But I don't think that even us in this space can really imagine the level of innovation and invention that it's going to bring. Kind of like the internet, for those of us that are over a certain age. We were there when the internet was coming about. And, the killer app for the internet, of course, was email. Now, I don't know if many of you saw a recent interview by Brad Garlinghouse where he was describing AOL, and I think, I'm not sure what the second one, but basically email could not communicate. You couldn't send an email from one network to the other network until they had the protocols that would allow that. Well, I think we're going to see something like a unified ledger, interledger protocol, and all of that kind of stuff. And that is going to cause the world to explode with a lot of invention and innovation and things that we have not yet imagined. The internet brought in social media, brought in, all the stuff that we enjoy today. But a lot of folks never envisioned that application at the beginning. Well, I often think, look at the opportunity that might be folded in there. How many people are oblivious to that potential opportunity? I walked the streets of Las Vegas this morning doing my little coffee chat, and something kind of hit me really. People will come down here and they will drop thousands of dollars, just entertaining themselves and all that. But then you talk to them about investing in this space and they're like, come on, you gotta be kidding me,
That's gambling.
And in Canada, get this, in Canada, in certain areas in Canada, the government has limited the investment into other than Bitcoin and Ethereum, of course, but XRP and all that, to 30,000 Canadian dollars a year. But do you think they get one hoot if you took your life savings, came down here to Las Vegas and blew that in the casino? Not a chance. Why are they doing that? Why? Why would they limit that? Right. Well, that's one. Well, the politics in Canada suck. The people and that are great. But I think that there are forces at work right now that are limiting, our ability to, almost like maybe the, accredited investor kind of deal. But I think the Clarity Act, and this is my last statement to it, is going to open the floodgates. And think about this. We're interacting in this space right now. We are, right? How many people are interacting with, I get my cell phone so bad, interacting with these cell phones, right? Well, you think about it, a lot of people aren't thinking of the protocols of how that works. When they open up the floodgates, everybody is going to be using this. Look, they're talking about the tokenization of the deposits in our bank accounts. They don't know it. A floodgate of utilization is coming. Don't you think that these people have not developed applications for that utilization? And that's it.
Thank you so much. We'll go to you. Why are early adopters and builders so important in the long-term success of XRP and the broader digital asset space?
Oh boy. Well, I think the early adopters, us, obviously it's a benefit for anybody who has the eyes to see what an incredible opportunity XRP is, but also the XRP ledger and the people that are building on it. They are the ones that are going to be bringing the retail in. And so I don't know if any of you have read Sean the Legend, Baron of Beat Street's theory, but retail has its own important piece to the whole ecosystem. And the people that are building on it now, not only are they bringing real world utility to retail, they are building a foundation for other businesses to come in and realize that they can be sovereign, they can transact with one another, they can use these features and learn how to build on the ledger. And so I think that is like a huge important part of this. We are the retail part of it. So yeah, that answers your questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I give you. We'll go to Justin next. Thank you, Melissa. You do look awesome. Justin, what is the biggest threat to U.S. small business owners, a small business being around 150 million?
What is the threat to small business owners in America? Small business being defined as 150 million in revenue. For a lot of people in this room, that would not feel small. But the implications of this particular threat affect every single business, and none more so than American small businesses. So, good morning, everybody. My name is Justin Wynn. I'm here to represent FML, but this is the central reason why we did what we did. I'll take you back to a place that's a little bit darker. You may remember COVID, flatten the curve. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. We all lived it. But raise your hand if you knew somebody that lost their job or had to be, okay. So hands going up all over the room for those watching online. The thing that is the most scary and the biggest risk is you could put your entire life savings into something and do it honorably, with integrity, do it the right way, show up every single day. And like most people say when they talk about their business, and you've all heard this, it's my baby. You love it, you nurture it. FinTech Management Limited is bringing an opportunity to market where your business stays sovereign. You can't be debanked. You can't be deplatformed. We're not a crypto company, but we use it as a feature. But the solution and the biggest risk is, how many heartbreaks did we see of people standing against a mandate and losing their entire business because they refused to comply? And then government reached into tech companies and said, turn them off. Companies reached into banks and said, debank them because you didn't follow a mandate. That means that you can follow every law, do it right, do it honorably, protect your baby, nurture your baby, and somebody else can come along, not because you broke the law, but because you didn't follow what they wanted you to do, or you had a different ideology. And we all know in this country, that pendulum swings both ways. This isn't political, this is business. So what we have done is solve that risk and given an opportunity to where you can engage with FinTech Management Limited, and we'll show you how to be debank proof and deplatform proof.
Thank you, Justin. It's good to see you.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Yes. So, why do major financial transactions begin with constraint rather than expansion?
That's a really good question, and I want to go back to Melissa, what she was saying first. She was talking about being retail and being sovereign. To be retail and to be sovereign, you have to first work on your structure before you can function within a sovereign structure, as opposed to just building under your personal name. There's actual structure and systems that need to be built out. But in regards to constraints, the reason constraints are needed before we can experience an expansion It allows rules to be put in place so that we stop living in a fantasy world. Since 1973, when Bretton Woods Accord was severed due to the convertibility of the dollar to gold and inflation had kicked in, anybody such as myself who would ever own real estate understands this well, because you talk to people about real estate and real estate only appreciates. In what world does something only go in one direction? And psychology speaking, that's people's thoughts, that real estate only ever goes up. I'm gonna leverage, I'm going to refinance, I'm gonna renovate, I'm gonna value add, increase the price of this, make money out of thin air, and then we all begin to operate on what's known as perceived value, which is a fantasy world as opposed to what the market is actually saying. So now that we are living under the regime starting January 1st, 2026, the Basel III regime, this furthers the elimination of what we've all recognized as the fractional reserve banking, because banks are required to hold 70% this year. As of next year, January 1st, 2027, it's 72.5% as reserves now. So Dave was talking about the Clarity Act being very important for what's going on in crypto, what's going on for regulations. There's also another, I guess, several key dates that need to be kept in mind. On June 16th, coming this year, is the capital rules for banks. And this is a document that's coming out through the Federal Reserve with public comment and institutional comment. And from these comments, they're going to be deliberating, and they're going to give themselves a 90-day window, which takes us out to September 16th. And what this document actually allows and states what banks are required to hold as reserves for issuing crypto. And when I say crypto, I mean there's no designation yet between crypto and stablecoins. That's coming from the Clarity Act. So once you have Clarity Act, and the banks know what they are required to hold, they can then extend credit again. But none of this can exist without the constraints. So that's my answer to you.
That was good.
So this leads perfectly into the next question. When do you think we will see a major price appreciation for XRP?
Okay. Well, I do have I always, if you watch me at all, I'm like, okay, it's not financial advice, but it is my 100% biased opinion. That's how I love to say it. Well, I have to preface it, because when I think of these things, I don't really think of them in terms of 4-year cycle theory in time. I do believe in cycles, in my coaching, I talk about, hey, for every bull market, there's a bear market. For every bear market, there is a bull market. But for me, I think of them in terms of seasons. Now, I think the environment tells us the season we're in, right? If you were up there in Canada, the snow was blowing and it was all over the place, I think the environment's telling you, hey, it's winter. I think it's going to be the environment. I think it'll be very easily identified by the environment. And by that, I mean regulatory clarity. Not just institutional adoption. I think we have institutional adoption for a fact. It is not retail moving these markets in billions of dollars per day. That is not retail. So we have that. Institutional application is what I think is really going to have a major, major impact. Now, Ripple went out and bought G Treasury, and they are utilizing Ripple Treasury, right? And we just seen that American Airlines came out and said, hey, since we've got onto this platform, we have saved millions of dollars. Do you know they are using XRP in order to save that? And that's a fact, Jack. You got Goldman Sachs and other companies. So I think that after the Clarity Act, regulation, application, and then you have retail utilization. Now, not everybody in retail is going to be out there buying XRP. I don't think of it like that. But they're going to be using the protocols in their day-to-day life. That's going to be a fact, Jack. Their bank is going to, be making them do that. I think you're going to see departmental, like DMV, health, all of those things. They're going to be using distributed ledger technology. Your educational background, your proof of ownership, whether it's a non-fungible token or restricted, non-fungible, however they do it, they are going to be utilizing it. In that environment, I think you're going to see significant price appreciation. I don't think we can really put a number on it, but I definitely would say 3 figures in my mind is not a front stretch.
We'll actually take it back to Mr. Mann, because it'll lead. Because Mr. Mann, this leads into a great next question for you.
Okay.
Is the current tightening cycle surprising for digital assets? Because we talked about how all of this is coming.
So the current tightening cycle that we're currently experiencing, I brought up Basel III, which requires banks to hold specific capital requirements now. So when doing that, that allows them to essentially psychologically reach out, grab this money, and bring it back to themselves. And an example of this is I was one of those people, and still are one of those people in real estate, where I like to leverage my properties to then extract value from it. So in doing so, my wife and I are looking to go completely change up our lives. We own 10 acres of land out east in Canada. We're going to put a small RV on that land. And the way we were going to do this was, like most people, I don't want to use my own money. I will go into my piggy bank being my properties. So we went to go through the process of refinancing one of our fourplexes. This fourplex operates dual strategy, long-term holds, and Airbnb/Vrbo. And that's important because the banks look at that. They look at your Airbnb and Vrbo short-term rental as inconsistent. They look at your long-term as consistent value. So going to the mortgage broker came back and said, Mr. Mann, here's the deal. You're telling me your property's worth $450,000. I'm like, yes, I know the market's $450,000, if not more, but we're offering something desirable. And he came back, well, for you to get this refinance, you have to renovate the exterior. That would have cost about 80 to 100 grand immediately. And then the lower, one of the units, in the lower part of the apartment, we would have to renovate the bathroom. And in Canada, even though you renovate the bathroom, typically or traditionally the value would increase for that one specific unit. But because the individual lives there, they have first rights of refusal, they automatically come back at the same value that they were paying before. So I can go and renovate this property, spend $25K on the bathroom, $100K out there. I ask for $450, $100K less the $450, $25K less the $450 as well now. So I'm looking at not enough to even fund the project we were trying to do because the banks are putting restrictions on who they choose to lend to now. So you now need to fit into specific buckets. So contraction and constraints allow that expansion that we're going to feel soon, as Dave was talking about there, where he was giving a price evaluation of what XRP could be in the future. And the only way we can get to that expansion is to come through this restrictive zone before we expand. If any of you guys are in aviation or heard the term Venturi tube, that's similar to what we're in, where we have contraction, reach a point of equilibrium, and then we just explode afterwards there. And with these new technologies becoming mainstream, there's nothing less than a massive explosion waiting for us.
Perfect. And thank you. I have it back to you. Yes, you.
Me?
Yes,
Okay.
please, perfect.
It's me.
We're talking about these use cases. So, what is the benefit of crypto to solve the hardest problems in business?
The benefit of crypto to solve the hardest problems in business. Well, if you had a way to pay your landscaper weekly in crypto, and you never had to go to a bank and he never had to go to a bank, there's your solution. Now, it's one thing for me to pay my landscaper from a wallet to a wallet. We do it all the time. You know, little merchandise here and there, send it to my personal wallet. But what crypto is going to do, what has already been done, and it will be showcased this week, is give the ability in business to do everything from HR, payroll, all the way to finance and accounting. And anything that you can do with fiat, you can do with crypto. You can do it with XRP, you can do it right now, it's live. And if you can do that, why would you need a bank? Now I know there's going to be people out there saying, but you have to have an off-ramp. You do today, but you might not by 2030. So the solution is in the technology. The protection is in, the only way to stop it is to shut down the internet. There's the value, folks. There's the transition. That's what we're all seeing. So the opportunity to solve the hardest problems with crypto is crypto runs on rails that are open and free. That's why we see all of this regulatory activity, because they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle, and it's already up.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Melissa, so we are at XRP Las Vegas, and Shark Tank is tomorrow. Why is the competition like Shark Tank so important to the ecosystem?
You know, first of all, I think it's just fantastic to spotlight the people that are building on the XRP ledger, those that recognize, again, back to recognizing the tools that we've been blessed with, those with the eyes to see, those with the vision, but also for those of you who got into XRP just merely for the price, or you heard about it being a bridge asset, it's going to be part of the global financial system, all of that stuff, but it's just always about price. You know, it's an investment. This is a tool. This is a tool, and people are building on the XRP ledger, and they're using XRP as a tool. They're tapping into Flare. They're tapping into all of these other ecosystems where we're kind of coming together as one. And so XRP Las Vegas Shark Tank is encouraging those that are building, and it's also showing you that there are people out there building, because the average investor, which I read the other day, there's only like 4% of us in the world or something, like very small, like a very teeny. Most of them don't even know that people are building and that they can have their own business and they can utilize XRP in a different way other than just holding it as an investment. It's a utility. It's a utility token, and that utility is about ready to be turned on for retail eventually with the Clarity Act and other things that people have said. So I think it's absolutely important. Congratulations to everyone that is participating in XRP Las Vegas Shark Tank again this year, or if you're new to it, and good luck everyone. And if you are at the conference, be sure you gotta go and give them some support. I'm Melissa from VTHO Show, for those of you who don't know, and I did record it last year, and I'm going to try to record it again this year too. So if you miss it, maybe you'll catch us on VTHO and watch it. So thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that is all the questions for this first panel. Thank
you, everybody. Let's go, XRP!
We'll move to our second panel, of which Lady K. We have Lady K. All right, one moment, please.
so excited to be here at the XRP MEETUP, and I have the honor to introduce Justin Wayne from FML.
Thank you, Kristen. My name is Justin Wynn. I'm here on behalf of my wife. This is her company. I'm just the hired help. And just to make sure that we keep everybody on schedule in respect for future speakers, I'm going to set my timer at 27 minutes. So, FML.
Okay.
Does that ring a bell to anybody? Like text speak, LOL. What does, you've all heard FML, right? So some of you maybe think that that's an interesting branding idea. FinTech Management Limited was born through a relationship with my landscaper. And I can tell you from years back, I was one of those skeptics, if you will. We all remember the days of when the internet came about and people were saying, hey, you can pay for stuff online, and at least I was one of the ones saying, I'm not dumb enough to put my credit card online, right? It's a scam, the internet. And anybody that would approach, you had a kind of, slimy feeling about them if they approached you in the early days for you to give your debit card or credit card information to them online. And crypto is very similar today. But now today, if you're a legitimate business and you don't have a website, you kind of look scammy, right? So we're seeing this transition happening right now, just like we did with the internet. We heard earlier David talking about doing his live chat, which are just divine, walking down the streets of Sunset Boulevard or Las Vegas Avenue, whatever it is, the strip, and it hit it. And every person on my team, we have 7 or 8 people from FML here this week, not everybody can make it, but as they were driving in, we all saw the billboards. 10 stories, 20 stories, 30 stories, taking up the entire building. Buses driving down every other block with huge ripple branding all over it. And it's as though they're a ghost walking through. My wife told me for years, would you please take your vocational expertise that I've given to Intel, at Nike, and the federal government, and the largest banks in the United States, and stop feeding somebody else's dream. And it was December 2nd, 2024, after I had been playing and dabbling around in XRP meme coins. Anybody else? Right? Are you brave? Or some might say lack of intelligence if you're going to be doing that, right? Hundreds of thousands of them are out there. How do you choose which one? Well, we paid that tuition price myself to get in there and find out, from YouTube who's got the best coins, and then all of X. And really what it came down to is very sophisticated people were there before us to extract your money, so be careful. But what that taught us was the opportunity is live. If XRP can do it, and I've heard Brad Garlinghouse and David Schwartz for years saying, build it. And so, December 2nd, 2024, the spark hit my wife. She's a disabled vet, stay-at-home mom, mama bear, for all of you that are out there. Sitting at 2:30 in the morning holding my 6th child, who is 13 days old. And the idea of FML came about because we were in our landscaper and XRP for years. So, because I'm an XRP maxi, I'm a utility maxi. But with XRP, I was the guy known in the community as the Jesus XRP guy. Because I'm so busy, I work in corporate America, I'm a high-tech IT consultant, doesn't know how to work microphones. And working from home because I don't want to miss out on my child's lives. And in that space, when I'm out in the community, I'm in and I'm out. So I'm in my office 16 plus hours every single day. So when I get out, I don't want to talk to people. And if somebody I engage in, it's usually, let me tell you about Jesus Christ, or let me tell you about XRP. So I think those are the two most important things we should be talking about right now. And we built a company on it because my wife felt compelled by God to do it. And the idea was, how do we protect small businesses? And a spark, I saw it hit her. 2:30 in the morning. The reason why I know it is because as we were sitting there, my landscaper came over that morning, and it was the first time that we had talked to him about this business idea, because I'd been paying him. Now that story, right over here, you can see there's screenshots from Uphold from years and years ago, where when I was paying him, as he was starting out as a young entrepreneur, I said, if you want to mow my lawn, I'm only going to pay you an XRP. And if you're smart, you won't sell any of it. Years go by, I'm still paying him an XRP. He mows great lawns, by the way. And because he's doing business as an entrepreneur, and I'm kind of at that end of my career, if you will, working from home now, just kind of clocking in until I can clock out. You all get that? And I thought, why not help this young man who's, trying to carve out his life in the hardest way possible. But he's honest, and he's a good person. And so I sent him uplifting things on the memo tag. Never did I know that all these years later, that was going to be the foundational truth, that FML is not a cool story. It's just the history of what's been going on chain between, a long-in-the-tooth, burnout corporate guy in IT and an up-and-coming entrepreneur who started in landscaping. And on December 2nd, when my wife had the idea of how do we stop governments and big tech and big banks from taking people's livelihoods, how do we stop that? I said, XRP can do that. But how? And that's where it started. And so I went out that day, December 2nd, 2024. Kendall, landscaper, he'll be here this weekend. He'll be at the booth. I highly encourage you to come meet him. He's anything but a landscaper, but he's very good at everything that he does. He showed up that morning to mow. And I went outside and I said, do you have a problem with public speaking? Because I've got an idea. And I pitched him Shauna's idea, saying if this is successful, we could be on the stage someday talking about it. VIP. And through this, and I'll talk about my team, but what happened next was a moment that this story is something that people don't forget, and I got to live it. So after being up all night with a very colicky, upset 13-day-old, and my wife pitching me an idea, I didn't sleep. I went out to talk to Kendall, and I pitched him the idea. I waited until after he mowed the lawn, by the way. So after he was done and he was loading up his truck, I said, hey, I got an idea. I pitched it to him, and he got really emotional. And he's not that kind of a person. He's very stoic. And I could see it in his eyes. And he turned his phone around to me. And he showed me that. Now understand, I've been paying him since before XRP was like 30 cents, right? And then it started to get really expensive around 50 cents, and everybody started to sweat going, wow, this is getting expensive. If you want to make a life-changing difference, 50 cents starts to price a lot of people out to make legacy changes, right? And so when I went out and talked to him, he turned his phone around and he showed me. And from every other week on average, probably no more than 30 times in a year did he mow my lawn for a USD value of $40 paid in XRP. When that was December 2nd, remember what the price was? It was $3 a nut. Remember that? He showed me his phone. It was over $70,000 from mowing my lawn. And he never spent a single XRP. And we knew, I felt the confirmation that this is a calling and this is a burden that we had to do it. 12 days later, here's the great question. You go look online and you realize all of these things on the XRPL, there wasn't a cash tag FNL coin. Can you believe that? There's LOL coin. There's every other coin you can think of, and I'm not going to say those on from the good and the bad, but it's like, come up with something, come up with a .com that somebody hasn't purchased. And it was there. And Florida Man Landscaping was there. What better way to bridge the world with the value of XRP? If you can pay your landscaper in XRP, I mean, those people want one thing, cash, right? Cash is king. And when people start realizing, oh, and the hot dog vendor, and you can pay just everyday people that are scraping by with everything in them just to pay their bills, and they're doing it as a small business owner because they don't want to go work for somebody else, and they see the value of XRP, that's where you know there is immense opportunity here. And so we turned from that, and it was the inverse of what the Bitcoin pizza story. The most expensive pizza in the history of pizza was when he paid, I think it was 800 Bitcoin for a pepperoni pizza. This is the opposite of that. Paying a guy a little bit of XRP every single week, XRP goes up and it's life-changing, more money than he's ever seen, ever thought that he would ever see. And then we found the solution to being deplatformed and debanked. And that was the genesis of FinTech Management Limited. So we were stuck with the choice. We wanted the FML cash tag. Do you go build it and risk not getting the cash tag? Or do you celebrate the origins of how it all started with our landscaper? And of course, we're going to go get the cash tag. It'd be like, if the .com was available, would you sleep on it? Or would you just do it right then and then go build afterwards? And that's really the simple origin story. So December 14th, we soft launched. We had our formal launch for our company on Valentine's Day. Chose that intentionally because if we don't have love, what do we have? And we wanted our fiscal year to start on Valentine's Day. So we went live as Florida Man Landscaping on Valentine's Day 2025, officially. That was registered as an LLC, doing all the regulations so we could sell merch and do it ethically and legally and compliant. And we spent the next year going as fast as we could to create something that has never been done, but it's the pinnacle, it's the mountaintop, it's the very tippy-tip top of what everybody is trying to do. This weekend, history will be made. We're going to do it and give receipts. You've all heard that online, right? Show me the receipts. We could be talking about all of these different things. Is the earth flat? Is God real? And we're here talking about something that's changing lives, XRP, with an opportunity and a responsibility. And so that's what we took, as we were given the ability to see things. That's what keeps us up at night. Why us? Why would God show all of you XRP when everybody else out there could have buses driving by them with billboards, colors palette, ripple everywhere, in your face, all the time, and they just walk right by it and not know, but we have eyes to see. And we took that as a burden of responsibility. And the calling is, this isn't about you. This is about something much bigger. This is about the babies. Not just the babies of business, but this is about the children. This is about my child, my children. We have a special needs daughter. When COVID hit, my twins were barely 3 months old. You can imagine what that did to my wife when she started seeing all of these things happening that none of us ever dreamed of. And it hit her with this immense weight of, we don't have control of our lives. We live under an illusion. But this is a way to get some of that control back. This is sovereignty. It's sovereignty in money. It's sovereignty in technology. It's sovereignty in where you keep your data. It's sovereignty in the way that you run your business. Completely untouchable and air-gapped, and all on American U.S. soil. When we decided to do this, we wanted to make it clear. We put the cross at the center of our logo. And we did it for the specific reason is because we want the world to hold us to a higher standard. If you're going to portray a thing, you better be a thing, because we all know what happens when the facade is peeled away and what was being told is something good is actually something else. I think we're seeing that everywhere. It's happening in the news daily. And this is hope. This is life. XRP. There's people on my team that I have never seen them lean forward in life again at their age to get that vitality back, to come out of retirement and start building a business again because of XRP. Where strangers will drive hundreds and hundreds of miles out of their way to pick somebody up just to get them to Vegas because they helped build FinTech Management Unlimited. Strangers driving hundreds and hundreds of miles north out of way to pick up somebody they've never met, but they just helped build what we are actually putting out. So the receipts is this. It says right over there, Real Odoo XRPL Utility. There's a receipt. That's from the first time that we did it. And what we did was, we took something called the SAP killer. Anybody heard of SAP? Okay, Oracle, the back-end solutions, right? That's big business. And for most of us, when we go and we work for our employer, we log in with our credentials. We never think about what those credentials are actually connected to. It's a database. It's your employee file. It's where your tax selections are kept. Right? All the insurance, everything on the back end. And if you're a business owner, you know is a huge headache and a huge nightmare. Most small businesses in America, they've got 11 to 15 different contracts with different companies just to be able to do their business. And Odoo, originally called the SAP Killer, is an open source ERP platform. And so with over 120 years of world-class Microsoft fellows, former connected to renowned white hat hackers, the good guys, the big brains, God brought them to FinTech Management Limited, and they all said the same thing. We just feel like we were led by God. They built this and did it for free over the last year, out of the kindness of their heart, and none of us have talked about, do you know how much money we might make with this? This is about the solution of what we bring. And so right now, today, in Odoo, you can run your entire business with XRP. As a matter of fact, you can run your entire business and have everything settle instantly inside your business, just like fiat, with XRPL meme coins. We can take any crypto pairing with XRP, Bitcoin, HBAR, XLM, XDC, any of them work. It's live right now. The peak of the mountaintop, where you can run all of business and you don't have to have fiat rails to do it, exists in America right now. And for the first time in the history of the world, we were the first to do it. We will be doing transactions where you can come to our booth, see how it works. If you want to get some merch, you can buy it and watch Odoo work in real business with your XRP. And if you want to pay with credit card, you can do that too. But I've got 7 minutes. I'm going to toss these hats out. So if you have more than 4 kids, raise your hand. If you believe that free business should continue in America, raise your hand. Okay, I'm not. So I'm going to end the last few on this, and this is kind of the big, what's it all about? Where much is given, much is expected. Who's looking up to you? Who are the eyes in your community? At your gas station, at your grocery store, at your family medical office, the people that you frequent all the time at your gym. What are you to them? What information are you carrying in your head that could benefit them and their families and their children's children? That's the burden. That's what keeps us up at night. How do we build it? How do we build it fast? Because our competitors are big box. Our competitors are big tech and big bank. And they're coming. You can see the fight happening in the regulatory space right now. But it's already done. The genie is out of the bottle. They can't stop it. So the companies that use Odoo, because I know for some of you, I would suspect that maybe in the room, had anybody heard of Odoo before I had said it?
From you.
From me, yeah. Okay, we got one. That's expected. Who knows that open source is gaining momentum just like digital currencies is gaining? Yeah, okay. So if you're in business and you have a non-open source IP platform or application, you know that you're in trouble, hands down. Okay, open source means that the information and the technology is in the hands of the people, not being gate-kept by a few select big companies. That's what open source does. And because it's so important, if you were to go and find out who's using Odoo right now, that means FML's Odoo. FinTech Management Limited's Odoo. It's IBM, DuPont, Shell gas station, MasterCard, Krispy Kreme. The list just goes on and on. It's the Fortune big hitters. Did I say Volkswagen, Toyota, AMD? The big businesses that understand they have to scale in a very specific, nimble, and fast way in the future. They're using Odoo, but their Odoo instance isn't connected to the XRPL. Not yet. We own the IP. We were the first to do it. And the reason we did it is for the reasons that I mentioned. The only thing that I care about, well, is to make my wife proud. This is her company. She's the sole proprietor. To make the 300 and some families that own the token, the meme coin, FML, Florida Man Landscaping, they've been holding on to it now for 14 months. For all of those who are patriot families and all of those who are building small businesses and all of those who have a dream, build. There is no reason they can't put the genie back in the bottle. They can't stop crypto unless they take away the electricity. You understand? We're protected, but only if you build it. And that's what Brad Garlinghouse, David Schwartz, and that's what Justin Wynn and FinTech Management Limited is here to tell you. If you have a dream, build it. If you have a business, protect it. And the way to do that is on the XRPO. My name is Justin Wynn. I've got the greatest team. God bless you. Thanks to Kristen for introducing me. Go to Coffee and Crypto Monday through Friday on Twitter. The @handle @stone_XRPO. It's great. I know that's a shameless plug, but until somebody else comes up. VTHO Show.
Are we awake now, guys? Are we excited? Let's get some shout outs for XRP Las Vegas MEETUP 2026. Let's go. Guys, it's such a pleasure to be here. I'm Melissa VTHO. For those of you who don't know, everybody has heard of over the counter, or they say OTC. I have the pleasure of introducing one of the finest gentlemen that I've met, and a partner with the VTHO show, and that is Jim Bazzani of Caleb & Brown, one of the most trusted crypto brokers that's out there. So without further ado, please join me in giving him a warm welcome. You didn't think my introduction would be so quick, did you?
Hello everyone, how are we going? Yeah? So, as Melissa nicely said, my name's Jim, I work at Caleb & Brown. We've also got Jake, our CCO here. So big round of applause for Jake.
Is this one working?
Perfect. We didn't have a lot of structure of how we wanted to do this actually. So what I think we'll do today is we'll explain a little bit about what we do at Caleb & Brown. I know that there's probably a few of you that are already clients, but for those that aren't aware of what we do, we'll explain what we do at CNB, and then we'll also talk about some interesting things going on in the market as well. So I like the crowd interaction before, so I'll probably try one as well. Raise your hand if you are a Caleb & Brown client. Okay, Cass at the back there, that's good. Firstly, Jake, do you want to introduce yourself maybe, and then jump into what CNB is?
I can introduce myself and kind of kick off how we started at Caleb & Brown. So my name is Jake Boyle, I'm the Chief Commercial Officer and one of the founding partners of the business. We started in 2016, which, does anyone remember what price XRP was in 2016? Nothing back then. I know that Bitcoin was a couple $100. So we started back then because the way to buy crypto in 2016 largely involved getting cash out from your bank and going to a local Starbucks and meeting someone who may or may not rob you for the cash and the crypto. So a brokerage model seemed to make sense because in order for an industry like this to flourish, you need professionalism and you need scalability. So we thought, let's get the old world of a brokerage model and apply it to the new world of the cryptocurrency sector. Since then, we've expanded quite a bit. We've got an office in the east coast of the US in Fort Lauderdale, as well as Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, Australia. We did get the majority of our business acquired late last year by one of the largest companies in Australia, SwiftX. So we've now got kind of the purview of several hundred staff who can help the business grow and ultimately provide a better service. So that's really the story of how we kind of came to be, but the principles of the business are in ensuring safe custody for clients, seamless execution via OTC rails instead of your stock standard exchange where, one day you try to log in when XRP is $3.50, you want to take a bit of profit, you can't log in today, you got to reset your password. We want to evade all of that and just make it a far more seamless experience.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing about what we've tried to over-index on is just a personalised nature and actual experience when it comes to your crypto portfolio. So much of what we do in crypto is a very transactional relationship where you really don't have anyone you can speak to about your portfolio, what's happening in the market, actually having a level of education around, well, I'm actually going to put my wealth into something that I believe for for all of us here, that's XRP. But a lot of people don't then stay involved with what's happening in the ecosystem, get an understanding of how the broader macro environment impacts our portfolios. And so that's a lot of what we do. One of our brokers is up the back here, and we work really closely with helping our clients set up things like trading strategies, actually having a plan when it comes to what are your goals and objectives. Because often at times, and I'm the same, I'm sure you are, we usually invest into things and then think about a plan later on when the markets turn. So that's really the value that we've been able to provide to the landscape to date. And as Jake said, we've been around since 2016, which is quite a valuable thing in the sense that we're very mature as a business and have seen everything from the FTX collapse to advancements in crypto as well. So yeah, that's a little bit about Caleb Brown, and as Jake said, we started in humble beginnings in Australia, but we're well and truly now, we're really a US business. I think it's around 74% of our clients are based in the US, and we also have an office presence within Fort Lauderdale as well. So we're full steam ahead in the US, and it's the best market to be in.
I think to your point there, Jim, about everyone says, oh, I want to plan what I'm going to do with my crypto, I'm going to plan about my strategies, how I'm going to manage everything, but then we can't be bothered doing it in a bear market because it's just not a very sexy topic, talking about crypto in a bear market. And then when it's a bull market, we all want to talk about how high it's going to go, and we never find the time to do the boring work. So we're trying to do a lot of the boring work for you. So one of the products that we launched only a couple months ago, which we haven't really done any marketing for yet, it's called Custody Plus. Basically what it enables you to do is, if you have an account with us and you have an isolated vault for XRP, Bitcoin, Solana, whatever it is you want to have in there, we can make a customized security process around your account. That might involve, for some clients, I'm not even joking, they say, I want to come to your Melbourne office and I'm only withdrawing if I'm physically in your office in person. And these aren't Australian clients, they're American clients who want to do that. We have clients who say, we've got a unique passphrase, I need a video call with myself and my wife, or my son or my daughter, whoever it may be. It's completely customizable, and you'll have a broker which will put all these customizable triggers onto your account in the back end, and it's an automatic solution. So you're not depending on your broker remembering what you requested. It's actually an automated process behind the scenes. And we find that with a feature like that, we can help clients have the absolute quality assurance of saying, I've got insured, offline, vault storage, custody with absolute parameters around it, so I know exactly how I can withdraw coins, and I know that I'm not going to get scammed or hacked in this period of time. So we're trying to build a lot of products like that, and it costs you nothing as well, so you can always just use it. If you don't like it, you can stop using it. It's no stress, really.
Yeah, I love that. Another key thing that a fellow that just came by our booth mentioned before is around estate planning and actual wealth preservation, not only for yourself, but families as well. That's probably one of the key things that a lot of people that decide to use CMB love about our service is that, and I've been in this experience, and we've all probably had that epiphany of, well, if something was to happen to me tomorrow, I assure you my family members and siblings have no idea how much crypto I hold or where it's held. And so one of the other real key benefits we've found over the journey is that people want to have a plan in place for if something happens to them. And so the estate planning element of things that we do at CMB is to make sure that, hey, we know that if something is to happen to you, we know exactly where this crypto is going, we know exactly who's the rightful owner, and we make sure it gets in the right hands. And so it's probably one of the darker things to think about. It's not always something you think about, but again, when it comes to, we always think about wealth generation crypto, the preservation side is arguably just as important, and that is also relevant to, we all believe that this space is going to change the world, and it already is, but over a really long period of time. So to make sure that you're preserving your wealth over that period of time, especially if something is to happen to you, is another really big value add of our brokerage service.
For sure. I think the last 2 weeks have really kind of shown to me how important it is just to have simplicity in what you do and not overcomplicate things in crypto. I know this is an XRP meetup. Was anyone following Twitter and the news of a weekend or two ago with the exploit that happened concerning the RS ETH and how it was deposited onto Aave? Did anyone follow that at all? Alright, cool. So that's a prime example of, now I personally love DeFi. I think DeFi is really cool. I have been banned from so many banks in the world that I was forced to love DeFi because I can't get a yield on stable coins at a bank, so I'm gonna have to do it someplace else, right? Now, when I looked at that whole situation of, the Ethereum gets wrapped into liquid staking tokens called RSETH. RSETH allows you to get staking rewards. I'm thinking, this is a cool idea. I like that, it makes sense. But there is this assumption of trust. And the more complicated a cryptocurrency experience becomes, the more chains there are in your journey, and it's only as strong as its weakest link, right? So in the case there, Aave, I think, is a fantastic platform, but they ended up inheriting bad debt because the tokens that got deposited onto their platform were not actually collateralized accordingly. It's kind of similar to someone going to Fort Knox, putting those fake gold chocolate coins in their vault, and then going over to Wells Fargo and saying, hey guys, I've got $300 million worth of gold, could I get a bit of a cash loan on that? And you just run off with the cash, and now they're stuck with bad debt because it wasn't real gold. My point there being, I've seen people try and do these crazy complicated things in the cryptocurrency space. We've got clients who say, Jake, I've got 50 different coins in 20 different wallets, I'm getting yield over here, I'm staking this, I'm lending that, I've got a crypto credit card. Now, all of those things independently are not bad. Staking is good. Lending can be really awesome as well. But when you overcomplicate the entirety of your cryptocurrency journey and you've got coins scattered everywhere, your family don't know where your crypto is, you don't have it in your will, you don't know if you're using the same password and email for your Binance account as you are with your Uber Eats account, which might have been leaked somewhere. When you start to get carried away with the complexities of things, you actually make yourself vulnerable. And unfortunately, Jim and myself, Cass and Andrew at the back, we have learned the hard way that this is true, because every single week we have customers around the world calling us up and saying, I logged into this exchange account and all my coins are gone. I went onto my ledger after pressing this link and I can't see my coins anymore. So I know it's not the most fun subject to talk about, but I really think it's worth stressing. In these bear market periods, if you want to engage in different platforms and do exciting things in crypto, do it, but just keep it to like 2 or 3 things. Don't make it 50 tokens and 70 different platforms, because you really just make yourself a greater vulnerability.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely something that we've seen from a sophistication level in terms of scams and things out there that, look, this is an ecosystem where people are making a lot of money. They're also holding a lot of wealth that is touching different chains, leveraging different protocols, trying to earn yield in one place versus another. So simplicity is usually king when it comes to crypto. And I think I'm a big believer, and we'll probably speak about this later in one of the Q&As, around just making sure you don't have all your eggs in one basket when it comes to the custody perspective. Now, that's, again, not to say that you should hold it all with CMB or hold it in a cold wallet, but to have diversity in the custody solutions, I think, is really important. And that's what we find with our clients. The ones that keep themselves safe, they don't have 5 to 10 different places they're holding it in, but they certainly have at least 2 or 3. I think that's, again, something that we find with our clients. It's all about sort of thinking about the wealth generation side, and not enough times they'll thought on, hey, you can make all the best investments in the world and time your XRP buys the best way, but if you're not custodying your assets, protecting them, essentially, that's where you can get unstuck. And as Jake said, we've been around since 2016, and we've seen that rate increase over time in terms of scams and bad actors and compromisations. And so we've developed something in terms of our custody solution provides an option, but it's not the only option. So I think that's an interesting point to raise as well. Did we want to riff a little bit on just some interesting stuff going on in the markets and how it relates to, I guess, the holders here and the crypto ecosystem?
I think the unfortunate reality about our industry is cryptocurrency, for all of us here, we've all been in it for quite a while now, so it's just normal for us, and it's part of our normal life understanding cryptocurrency. But for the kind of greater world out there, it's an incredibly nascent asset class. It is niche, it is new, it's scary, it's not something that everyone wants to talk about. So with that in mind, the difficulty we have in crypto is we have not completely depegged from the traditional world of equities and commodities and things like that. So what that means for us is geopolitical conflict in the world, cost of living crisis, interest rates being a little high, the cost of gas being extremely high. People don't sell their family home when these concerns arise. They sell the most liquid, easy to trade, easy to get rid of asset, which unfortunately ends up being cryptocurrency. It makes sense, right? Like if I need $1,000 tomorrow, I'm probably going to take it, I'll probably take it out of Bitcoin instead of XRP, to be honest. But, yeah, had to throw that one in.
Yeah,
I'm going to get out of my crypto. I'm not going to sell the family home, right? You're going to get some money out of crypto and use that instead. So we get it. The problem that we have right now is there are really exciting things happening in cryptocurrency. There really are, across the whole industry. But at the same time, man, look at the world right now. It's just, we're not ripe for this roaring bull market when every week we've got a new headline of something disastrous that we need to be worried about. But hold steady, because we're in a period right now where fear is maximum and greed is minimum, and that is the best time to be buying and having cryptocurrency. And then on the flip side of that, just hold yourself accountable, because when your Uber driver is taking you to a conference telling you how you need to research XRP, when the peaks that you just got delivered to the house, the guy's saying, man, you got to get into Solana, you got to get into meme coins. When the world starts ticking in the greed direction, that's when you want to have the strategy to think, all right, maybe I can take some profit here, maybe I can do something here. So unfortunately, we're in the not so sexy part of the equation. But I do think that once geopolitical issues come to a halt, which I'm optimistic about over the course of this year, interest rates come down. I know that the wonderful Jerome Powell, who we're all massive fans of, he's going to be speaking later this afternoon. I think there's a 90% chance there's no change to rates. Great. But he might be able to indicate what the future is going to look like, and obviously he's going to be looking for a job pretty soon. So I do think that we do have a bright future ahead. We've just got some really annoying macro issues we just got to get ahead of first.
Yeah, it's a great point, because from like a fundamental perspective, from an adoption perspective, I know that the panelists before here were talking about the Clarity Act, hope will pass pretty soon if the banks can stop being so greedy around what they want from interest rate deposits and what have you. There's a lot of positive things happening in the crypto ecosystem, and that will certainly push us ahead. But there's no doubt that the geopolitical tensions, what happens at a macro level, still impacts crypto as a risk-on asset. And I love the point you mentioned around what people are doing now in this kind of sideways market accumulation phase. There's no doubt that, and we have all the data in terms of some of our clients have been with us for 5, 6, 7 years and have made some incredible investment decisions. A lot of the best ones are paying attention when we're in this point of the market now where sentiment is low, everyone's off crypto, no one's watching YouTube content, YouTube viewership is down, which shows that interest is down. Usually the best performing clients, what we've seen is that they're accumulating in these periods of time, they're smarter with their investments, they're not making rash decisions. The funniest probably tidbit for everyone in this room is that we are most busy as a business when Bitcoin hits its all-time high. Everyone reaches out, everyone wants to speak to their broker, everyone wants to buy Bitcoin, or even when XRP hit its all-time high, which if you just think about from a pure investment perspective, it's pretty illogical. You should probably be buying in these times where it's a great entry point, but it just speaks towards the fact that usually the best investors are the ones that are paying attention and are being greedy when others are fearful, as Jake said. That's usually a good way to go about it. So I know it's from a price perspective, it's probably not where we all wanted it to be at this point in time, but there's certainly a lot happening at a fundamental level from a regulatory standpoint, and even from a business adoption standpoint as well, that is to be very positive and excited about the future.
For sure. I'm wondering if anyone has any questions while we're up here, because it always...
That was quick. You can just yell it or...
Yeah, I can just yell it out. Okay, so I know that you guys have the app for ISO. When will you guys produce an app for Android?
Get this question all the time. I don't know if I have like a set timeline for it. I know that when we decided to build the iOS app, in fact, the majority of our clients were Apple users, and so that was part of the decision for it. I know that from an Android perspective, you can still log in through the browser. It's not the same as the app, but I don't have a set time. I don't know if we have a set timeline. Do you have a date for that?
It should be this year, but do us a favour. If you go on our website, go to the support team and say, where's my damn Android app? And then the developers will see that and it'll help us out a little bit.
Yeah, I did that. My broker is Mark. I can't pronounce his last name. N-G-U-Y.
Yeah. We'll come over and get your details. As Jake said, the more people that hound our developers, the more use case we have for it.
All right. Thank you.
At the end of the day, we build the products based on what people want. We started in 2016. Every single thing that we ever built was because clients said, I need this, I need this, I need this. That's why we launched Custody Plus, because so many clients were like, man, I want ultra secure custody right now.
Thank you for this opportunity. If you already have an account, in beautiful Australia, but aviation, TSA, politics, can you transfer it to Florida and make it a little more easy to deal with?
Yeah, it's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. So how we operate as a business is, if you're a US client, we have a US subsidiary. So two of our team members up the back there are operating our Fort Lauderdale office. And so if you're a US client and you've signed up recently, you'll be most likely assigned to a broker within our US team. Now, given that you're an existing client, I don't know if we confirmed who your broker was, but if you have an Australian broker, we still have a lot of Australian brokers that work with US clients just because they've built a really strong relationship together. But there's no doubt, like, at the end of the day, the time zone difference can be sometimes frustrating for some clients. And so there's no issue with that at all. If it makes sense for you to have a US broker, which it probably does from a time zone perspective, that's always something that we can get changed. At the end of the day, our Australian office and our US office work hand in hand, just simply because when our US office is asleep and it's the middle of the night, that's when our Australian brokers are working, and vice versa. So you always have a touch point to the business, which is what I touched on before around you can actually contact someone, speak to someone about your portfolio at all times of the day, which I think is, again, a very big value add for a lot of people. So the long-winded answer to that and the short answer is yes, we can shift you over. But again, I want to make it clear, because I had this question at the conference last year, just because we're based, our headquarters is in Australia, as a US citizen, you have all the same rights and obligations as a US citizen, because you'd be sitting under our US entity. I don't know if you have anything else to add to that. Yeah.
Just thank you.
Hey guys, are you ever going to let Canadians in, or?
We don't want the Canadians. Yeah, so for context, in the early days, a lot of countries around the world didn't have a clean-cut clarity on what their regulatory frameworks looked like. So we were trading with Canadians, clients in the UK, you name it. And then Canada came out, and I know one of the gentlemen before touched on the subject. As a humble Australian, I should not be commenting on Canadian politics, but it certainly has not been very good for the cryptocurrency industry. We are working on that. We have a compliance team that operates 24/7 around the clock. We are aiming to relaunch in the UK very soon now, so UK will be able to tick that box off again, and then eyes are on Canada and the state of New York. It's very tricky for us because our brokers and our team, we just want to work with people in crypto. We couldn't care less about where they are, but these countries, they come out with this really impeding regulation, and it makes it very difficult, because then at the end of the day, if we trade with a Canadian client right now, the regulators are going to come for us, so we're going to be paying all our money in fines and litigation, and it's awfully stressful. So we'll definitely let everyone know as soon as Canada's back on the table. I know that it is a focal point, and I know that we are having meetings on a monthly basis around this topic. So hopefully by the time XRP gets back to new highs, we'll be able to get you an account.
Anybody else?
Hello. Got a couple of questions. First one is, who do you custody with?
Yep, we utilize Fireblocks technology. So Fireblocks is a multinational company, and what they do is they provide technology that allows vault isolation to be generated for clients at scale. So we can have 1,000 clients sign up today. Every client has a unique offline vault dedicated to their account. So your XRP vault is different to mine, it's different to Jim's. We use Fireblocks for that. Beyond that, we need to use our internal systems to build and pull that all together. Fireblocks is the custody solution. That's where we can get our insurance from. It's where we can get a whole variety of bells and whistles from. But it does also depend on a lot of other third parties in cybersecurity and then our own operations team to pull it together. But Fireblocks is the answer for you.
Okay, thank you. Second question, can you hold Flare inside the Cable Brown account? And if so, can you stake and delegate from there?
We can't stake or delegate the Flare tokens for you, but we can custody Flare tokens for you. So I think that Flare might be speaking today, and they'll be able to speak to this in greater detail. We can hold the token, we can sell the token, we can buy the token, we can kind of do all of that in between. But if you're looking to generate the yield that the Flare product offers, that will be native to their ecosystem. But what you'll find is it's very easy to deposit and withdraw. So we have clients who want to move some of their stuff onto Flare so they can get some yield there, and then maybe they want to move some of those tokens back so they can swap it into something else. Or maybe they want to sell it and have the dollar sent to their bank account, and you can interact with both businesses very easily, because when you add a wallet to your Caleb Brown account, you'll go through a process of what we call white labeling that wallet, two-factor authentication. Your broker will give you a call, we'll get everything really tied down, and now we know that that wallet is safe for you to use, which means in the future, if you want to say, hey Jake, I want to move some of my Flare tokens back to Flare, I want to send some to you, we're talking a minute here or there to just get things moved.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions from anyone? Oh, there we are.
We need a little music.
Okay, thank you. At one point you had Stronghold on your listing. When will you relist Stronghold, SHX?
Yeah, SHX. I get a lot of questions about Stronghold as well, and I'm sure there's a few supporters of it in the room. So we list, just for context, a bit over 250 plus assets. We're very stringent in the assets that we decide to list. We go through legal reviews, we go through the tokenomics of the asset, we go through who are the founders, we look at the liquidity, the custody solution providers, and so we do quite a lot of due diligence in terms of the assets we list, both because we want to make sure it's the best user experience for clients, that we can get them the best prices possible through a lot of what Jake had mentioned before around leveraging OTC desks and other liquidity providers. Stronghold specifically, we've had a lot of issues when it comes to the liquidity side of it. Some assets need to have a deep enough liquidity for us to list, so our clients can buy heavy and sell heavy out of positions without impacting their overall portfolio. So Stronghold specifically is one that we are very much looking at. We haven't actually ever listed it, from my understanding. There are some assets that we've listed before and then had to delist. So Stronghold is very much at the forefront of us looking into listing, but we need to see some better things from a liquidity perspective to do that. That's not a personal decision, that it comes more from like an operational and trading perspective more than anything. But again, it's one of those things where we know the demand is there from our clients, but we don't want to list something that then is going to impact our clients from a trading perspective. So I appreciate the feedback on Stronghold, where we're very much always looking into Stronghold, and it's at the front of mind for us.
What's our protection from your brokers of hacking our account, or giving our information
to somebody else?
No, very good questions. So these are some of the things that we worried about in the very early days. When we first started, every single person in the office, by office I mean like a space this big, was a shareholder. So they had every financial reason to not screw the business up, right? But then we realized that in order to scale, you've got to start hiring people, HR teams, all of that. So what we did was we designed the business such that no one in the business actually has the capacity within our systems to do such things. For example, if you want to verify a wallet address where you can send your coins, I can't verify it for you, even as a shareholder of the business. None of the brokers can either. In terms of executing things on your account, the systems simply do not allow that to happen without the client initiating it. So from deposits, withdrawals, and the execution of trades, the systems will only allow it if it comes from the client. So that way it's not about do we trust our brokers, do we trust our staff to do the right thing? We do trust them, but nonetheless we're going to build the system so we don't need to depend on their trust. That's the main thing we do there. And to the first point as well, you started with the certification part as well. So a lot of our brokers that we have in the business actually start at more junior roles, and it takes some years to work up to that position. Much like most businesses in financial services, we look for a variety of things. Crypto knowledge is hard because it doesn't have the traditional world of universities and stuff that can kind of provide that. But we do look for experience that demonstrates responsibility. So a lot of the staff that we have worked at major institutions which are reputable in the space, and we do very thorough reference checking. I mean, I have to do, even just for our licenses that we hold in America, I personally have to do a police check, bankruptcy check, fraud check, like every 3 months. So we do have a lot of these systems in place as well.
Yeah, but what about your broker giving my information to somebody else and you in the loop like Ledger? They lost how much information?
Got it. It's kind of, I saw in the news a week ago, there was someone in French politics who was actually selling client data based on top VIP customers who then had wrench attacks in France. I'm not joking, look it up. So that is a very valid concern. So the way that we do that is all of our staff members' computers and every interaction that they have on their computer is monitored by an internal cybersecurity team. So if I went on my computer right now and I pressed export on a single thing, it gets triggered straight away. And per the contracts that we give staff, exporting or extrapolating any kind of data whatsoever, it can be transaction histories or anything of that like, is A, triggered, and B, the person would be terminated. We go through legal proceedings as a result if someone was to do that. The other critical thing here is too, it's where the companies are incorporated. So we're not incorporated in the Bahamas or like some kind of, like FTX for example, they get incorporated in these countries that basically do not have regulation or laws that protect customers. In Australia, for us to operate, we've got AUSTRAC, ASIC, ACCC, regulator after regulator after regulator, and if we were to leak customer information or anything like that, these regulators would come down on us to the point where we wouldn't be able to operate anymore. So what that means for us is we need to make sure we have the systems to monitor what our staff can do, make sure they can't do certain things, and have the systems to know exactly what they're doing at any point in time. I'm not trying to sound like, Big Brother 1984 or anything, but our loyalty is to the customers and their protection, so we have to do these things.
Thank you.
So you already answered the question about no to Canadians, but I'm still a Canadian citizen, but I've been a U.S. resident for about 30 years with a green card, and I just keep renewing it. So as a U.S. resident, but still have Canadian nationality, can I have a Caleb Brown account?
Yeah, absolutely. It goes by residency. So, the only state that we can't service in the US is the state of New York.
We might be at time, so I don't know if there's any final questions. But we'll be here all day at the booth at the back. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening. If you're interested to learn more, as I said, we are at the back. It's completely free to make an account and get started. So thanks for listening and enjoy the day. And hopefully we'll see you today and over the next couple of days as well. Thanks.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mr. Man. I'm the man behind I'm a grown-ass man in the Spider-Man mask. That's the saying I say. This is the first one coming out to show who I actually am, because I wear a Spider-Man mask when I talk. And to understand my content, you have to remove yourself from what you see, close your eyes, and actually listen. But I'm here today not for myself. I'm here today to introduce Steven Zeiler from Yellow, because he has some information for you guys. Please give it up for him.
Thank you, Mr. Man, and thanks for everyone for being here. It's amazing to see XRP on the big globe all over Las Vegas. That's something that I never dreamed, or I guess I dreamed it a long time ago. I'm so glad to see it. But I'm here today to sell you on yellow cars. No, but really, how many people have ridden in one of these self-driving cars? Like totally, fully self-driving? Raise your hand. All right, cool. Who is there? I just got one of these Teslas, and it has totally changed my life. It's so cool. It just goes. But who is afraid of sitting in one of these self-driving cars? Anyone nervous about that? All right. Definitely. When I went to the dealership to get this Tesla, I brought my mom along, and I insisted that she sit in the driver's seat and press the start self-driving button. And she was really nervous about it, but she was interested because she drives all the time and spends so much time and like mental energy driving around for her work. And it just started going, and when it swerved into traffic, it jumped on the road on the highway, and it got to a red light, and she wanted to slam on the brake to stop the car, but it did it entirely automatic. And it turns out that these self-driving cars are something like 9 times safer than the average driver on the road, if you can believe that. So they've driven millions and millions, or maybe even over billions of miles now. And so it's actually way safer than the rest of the people on the road whenever you see one of these self-driving cars. And so, can you trust this? For me, I know the statistics that this is actually way better. These computers are automating away tedious driving. I hate traffic. I live in Austin, the traffic is awful. There's so many people. And now I have a computer that just drives me around, and it's totally amazing. It frees up my mind. I can talk with my parents, my friends, I can do work. There's so many decisions that this car makes in real time that I couldn't make before, or that I would have to make, and now I'm free, which makes me very happy. So this talks about trust and the coming economy with automation, robots, and AI. And I'll tell you about Yellow too, and how it works with XRP. Actually, I've been going around to different XRP conferences in all over the world to try and find what is the next thing that the founders of Ripple are invested in. I was part of Ripple Labs starting in 2013, so I've been in XRP since it was a tiny project, and so I was looking for the next big thing that the investors of the founders of Ripple were into. So I'll tell you about that. But first, more about a big problem that we're facing. This is an Indiegogo, kind of famous Indiegogo that some of my friends invested in. They they wanted to buy these really cool moon shoes, like moon boots, and the people, they took all the money and then never made the moon shoes. And so it was hard to trust these sellers, and there was no recourse or anything to trust. And that's why we started to get these financial services like PayPal, which introduced this trust layer where if a seller sells something that they don't really deliver, then you have some recourse, and you talk to PayPal and you say they didn't deliver, and then there's someone there who will mitigate that. And PayPal is like an escrow, and that actually became a really valuable technology that was acquired for $1.5 billion, which may seem small compared to the value of XRP now. But now we're facing a huge problem or a huge opportunity for entrepreneurs and business people, and that's this giant number here. You see that's $20 trillion. Okay, $20 trillion. That's the projected economy for AI agents who are going to be transacting with each other in online between AI agents. How many people have used AI or use it all the time? I use it like all the time. Has anyone used it to pay for anything? Have you given it your credit card or given it access to your crypto yet? Yeah, it makes me kind of nervous too. How do we trust these AI agents? And again, this is going to be $20 trillion in the next 3 to 5 years will just be AI agents paying each other, which is incredible. And it's a huge problem. How do we trust these guys? And so Ethereum tried to solve this and did really great work in the foundation of making software that helps you trust the software more and trust people less. And this is a slide from the Yellow.com founder, having just talked to Vitalik. He's telling his friends at Goldman Sachs that they should invest in this Ethereum thing. He bought 20,000 ETH, and it turned out to be a pretty good thing. But he was saying, this software will help us be trust-free and have things like Kickstarter and commerce where you don't have to trust each other as much and you can just trust the software. So Ethereum was a great start, and there's some great people like Flair here and other people building on XRP Ledger, which makes software that we can trust more and give our money to and not have to trust people in the middle. Before I go on, I was going around. I went to Malta, I went to Paris, I was going to economics conferences and XRP conferences, trying to find what is the big next thing that the investors of Ripple are into. And I ran into this guy with a funny yellow hat, with a big yellow hat, and he came up to me and he said, "I remember you, Steven, from your YouTube videos in 2013, teaching people how to use XRP, how to program with XRP, how to do JavaScript programming with XRP, how to send money, how to custody your money." And he said, my team is looking for specifically you or someone just like you to help promote our technology. Can we hire you? And I said, I don't really want a job, but I'm looking for the next big thing that the founders of Ripple were into. And he said, well, I have good news for you. Chris Larson, the founder of Ripple, just invested $10 million in my company, Yellow. So I perked up and I thought, wow, that's kind of awesome. I want to get in on the ground floor this kind of company that these really smart people are investing in. And it turns out that's the only financial technology that the founder of Ripple, Chris, invested in. So I decided to jump in and help teach people about Yellow. I'll come back to this because this is crazy. But, all right, fine. So what Yellow does is we make a platform for high-frequency payments and high-frequency trading and instant transactions that is built on top of the blockchain and sits on top of XRP Ledger, and it sits on top of Ethereum and Solana, and it allows people to build real-time instant transactions with no gas fees. You've probably used stable coins and other wallets, and you have to pay gas, and it's kind of confusing. The Yellow platform abstracts that away and lets you make sub 1 second transactions that are instant. And why is this important? Because these $20 trillion of AI agents are going to need to make trillions of transactions, so many things. So we build a platform that application developers are using to build real-time payments and that hook into the blockchain. And XRP Ledger is really cool for this because of all of the amazing work and thought they've gone into building high security bank grade custody. We're able to use some of the native features from XRP Ledger underneath so that the assets that are in the Yellow network and the Yellow protocol are locked in securely in the XRP Ledger. And it's really awesome. And I have a demonstration to show you. It may or may not work, but let's see. There is a video, but I think my slides don't work. Can you play the video? Is that possible? All right, cool. So I'm going to show you, hopefully, a video of 2 AI agents that are transacting with each other. And the scenario is when one agent wants to do business with another without necessarily trusting it. And this is a travel booking agent. So you have a travel agent who's an AI, and your AI is trying to book some tickets. Airplane ticket from Barcelona to Tokyo. So he says, I want a flight, and the AI agent, travel agent on the right, gives you a price, and then this is all happening in real time. They lock in funds in a smart escrow, and when the seller agent provides your ticket and it's verified, the funds are released from the smart escrow, and everyone's happy. The seller gets paid, and your AI agent gets your ticket. But it's possible that the travel agent AI is a scammer, or maybe they have an invalid travel code or something. In that case, you verify that it's not a good ticket, and it goes to arbitration, and the funds that are in escrow are given back, and the seller is penalized. Okay, that was fine. So what's happened here is that agents are negotiating in real time using secure communication, and they use the Yellow platform, the Yellow protocol, to securely lock up capital so that it eliminates the risk of these agents working together. That's one small application showing the Yellow protocol, but we have a lot of builders building with the Yellow. And my job is to help application developers who are making games, who are making prediction markets, who want to integrate payments into their applications to use the Yellow protocol. Again, this is a $20 trillion economy, and all of you can benefit in your business by starting to participate in this economy too. So beyond Yellow, I just want you to know that this is a huge wave coming, and there's going to be a tremendous amount of profit and value to be gained. The prediction is that by Gartner is that it will be $15 trillion in business-to-business agent commerce. This is just AIs paying each other, and $5 trillion, according to McKinsey, will be consumer AI commerce in the next 3 years. Pretty amazing. And we believe that XRP will be the foundation for settlement between enterprises and businesses. And that's why we're building on the XRP ledger. And we've also acquired a money transfer business to help with consumer commerce with this too. Yeah, this is our team. Our team is really awesome. Yellow is actually pretty big, and for anyone who likes to collect cryptos or invest, I highly encourage you to go to yellow.com, which is our news portal, which has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and there's a lot of great information we're constantly publishing there. You can get a lot of information about XRP. We're very much part of the XRP family. Myself, I was an early developer. When I worked at Ripple Labs, I was paid entirely in XRP, which it was hard to use XRP back then. I'm glad to see a lot of people who are helping people use XRP now, but in 2013, 2014, it was tough. I made the first XRP mobile wallet, made the first desktop wallet for XRP. Alexis, our CEO, is formerly a GSR, a huge market maker that helps a lot of big companies. And these guys, Louis and Camille, they built Openware, which has served dozens of different exchanges with their software. So we have a really great team. And we have a lot of people building with our platform. And so I want to meet developers, and we have over 200 developers building on the Yellow platform with their SDK, which is just in pre-launch right now. That's really exciting. We have a huge community of people who are following along, so there's a lot of opportunity. We do amazing marketing and amazing promotion for projects who are working with Yellow. We have an accelerator program for startups who want to build with Yellow and other technology. And we raised $10 million as our seed round, like I mentioned earlier. And we really think that Ripple and XRP have done an amazing job positioning themselves as the go-to enterprise blockchain. It's very serious, real business. It's not meme coins. It's not gambling here in Las Vegas, but like Solana maybe. And so that's why we're really into XRP and building on top of it. I'm Steven Zeiler. You can find me at Modern FinTech on X, and Steven@yellow.com. I have a lot of stories. I'll be here for the XRP conference tomorrow and the following day. If you want to know anything about early days at Ripple, or especially how the XRP ledger technology works in detail, or how to engage with Yellow, I'm very happy to meet all of you. There's 1 minute if anyone has one question. how does this play with T54 Labs? I'm not familiar with that yet. I thought XRP might be a global phenomenon one day, but it really is amazing to see it plastered all over Las Vegas and New York and everything. It's a transformative technology, and I'm glad everyone here is participating. It's really exciting for me.
It's not turned on.
Doesn't turn on? All right. Well, let's talk about it afterward. Thank you so much. Thanks for everyone.
All right, everyone, we're about to take a lunch break right now. Everybody fired up so far? Excited? Yes? Real quick, I want to give a shout out though. If these two gentlemen right here in the back could just stand up real quick. They just drove into town. So this is Mr. Lauren Berry and this is Mr. Rick Fulkerson. You guys may not know who they are. Google them, look them up. Very influential individuals, built multi-billion-dollar companies. If you've ever heard of Ken Garff or driven past one of those car companies before, that's Mr. Rick Fulkerson. I'm sure you guys have heard of TD Ameritrade before, right? You guys need to understand who these guys are. You guys need to go meet them. These are really good friends of Mr. James McFadden and myself. And they weren't able to speak at this event this year, but definitely next year they will be. But they did show up, and we want you guys to go introduce yourselves and get to know those individuals, okay? But we're gonna take a lunch break, and I'm telling you right now, you're not gonna wanna miss the first person that's gonna speak. In terms of energy, he's gonna take the energy to a whole nother level. One of the main sponsors at the event, Joe Chain there in the back, Mr. Josh Nelson. If you guys don't know who he is, look him up. Just Google him. You guys will see who he is and the influence that he has. But definitely be back here, I think 1 o'clock sharp, right? 1 o'clock sharp, we're gonna get started. Thanks, guys.
Every time that it came up with yeah, you just confirmed it. Yeah, that's right. But they love you. everybody's going to eat. Some people are going to sit here and go to the booth.
Should be a BRB setting. No? Guess there isn't. Yeah. Stream shows. Is that what it is? Stream show? I was just trying to see if there's
just let it play, Papa. Don't overthink it. Just let it play.
I'll just zoom in.
Yeah, there you go. Just like that. Just where it stays on the dome. And even if people walk by, it's okay. Yeah, let's go eat.
He's doing all the film.
My YouTube and my
Fears in my own size, fears in my crowd would sing. You're the okay sad, love and the game. One minute if the walls were closing, and I discovered that my God's so strong. The point is a song, the pain is a sound. Thank you.
Check. Hey guys, it's taking a little bit longer to get food for a lot of people, so we're going to get started about 1:30. Okay? So if you want to stretch your legs a little bit more, or go meet Flair or Cable and Brown, check out the vendors around the outside. But 1:30 is when we get started. Check. You know that announcement we just made? We're just kidding. We're going to get started here in a couple minutes.
15 minutes.
About 5 minutes we'll be starting.
15.
So if one of your loved ones or friends took a break and went out, if you can just shoot them a text real quick, we'll be getting started in 5 minutes.
everybody. You guys ready to rock and roll? Awesome. Well, the gentleman I'm about to bring up is a very well-known and respected individual. I've known him for 25 years now. If you look him up online, he is known as the intelligent banker. He is an expert in tax strategy, asset protection, and infinite banking. He calls it vortex banking. And he's also the founder and owner of Jova Chain, one of our main sponsors here today. So we can all thank him for his contribution to this event. But his name is Mr. Josh Nelson. This guy is a powerhouse. He truly loves people. He truly has a huge, huge heart. He truly wants people to win and win big. He does not need to do this, but when you guys hear his story of what he's creating and what he's going to bring to the marketplace and the XRP community, I'm telling you right now, you guys are going to have insomnia tonight. Okay, so without further ado, as we all rise to our feet, let's give a big warm welcome to the infinite banker, Mr. Josh Nelson. How's everybody doing? Where's all the XRP people? Come on, that's it? Where's all the XRP people? Hey, why don't you guys stand up real quick? Everybody put their hands up. How many of you guys got some lunch? Right? You a little sleepy, you a little tired? I want you to stand up, go this way. Put your hands up high. Now scoot up to the person in front of you. Scoot up, come on, scoot up. Put those hands down. Give them a little massage. Come on. Shake it up. Come on, shake it. Come on. Give them a chop. Hands back up. Turn around the other way. Return the favor. Come on, give them a good massage. Wake them up. Alright, let's see if it works. Where are all the XRP people? That's what I'm talking about. You guys like free stuff? Who wants one? Got a bunch. Alright, one more. Who wants it? Who wants it? I'm gonna go long. Alright. Get some of these chairs out of the way. I like to walk. All right, you guys excited to be here? You guys learning some good stuff? How many of you guys love paying taxes? How many of you guys plan on making a lot of money on XRP? You guys know what comes with making a lot of money, right? The government likes to take a lot of it. Capital gains tax. I'm going to go through some stuff, but I need your guys' help. How many of you guys have heard of our token? Anybody? Okay, good. I got a lot of people in here. So, how many of you guys know what the matrix is? Right? The matrix is the system that controls all of us. We launched a token about 6 months ago, and forgive my language, but you got to see the passion in it. Because by the time I'm done, I'm going to get you there. It's called Fuck the Matrix. How many of you guys could get behind that concept? Okay? So we launched the token. It's doing really well, but that was just the beginning to show people where we're going. So just remember that, because I don't have a clicker. So every time I'm going to change the slide, I'm going to go like this, and everybody's going to say, fuck the matrix, and back there, they're going to change my slides. Are we good with that? All right, so fuck the matrix. Let's go. Oh, wow, it worked. All right, so first let's talk about the problem with the matrix. So when we were all born, how many of you guys have a birth certificate? Social security number. We're told when we're born, right, when you have a kid, that we're registering our child, right? And we get this social security name, our name's all in capital letters. How many of you guys know that that's not a real human being?
It's an entity, okay? And I'm going to teach you guys something today that it took me, I've been doing this for 10 years now, and it took a long time to figure this out, because how many of you guys also know wealthy people do not pay taxes? It's not even a secret anymore. How many of you guys have seen the interview of Robert Kiyosaki? Recently, he was on a podcast, and the podcast guy was asking about taxes, and Robert stops and he looks right at the guy and he goes, "You know that only stupid people pay taxes." This is one of the wealthiest people in the country. I'm sure most people in here have read his books, right? Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Cash Flow Quadrant. He said only stupid people pay taxes. Now, I don't really like the word stupid. I prefer ignorant. Because I was ignorant. How many of you guys have paid taxes your whole life, right? Every time we make money, they take money away from us. What you have to understand is that this is not you. So imagine a Monopoly board, right? Imagine the Matrix creates the Monopoly board, right? This is a character on the board. This is like the skull and bones, right? So our parents have taught us that we are this character on the Monopoly board, and every time we go around the board, right, we have to follow the rules for this, which is called an individual taxpayer. Now, the government legislated how an individual taxpayer pays taxes, okay? And you guys know you pay the highest rate when you work as an individual. So if you're an employee and you're working for somebody else, they don't even trust you enough to pay taxes. They tell your employer to take it out before you even get your money, right? How many of you guys agree with that? If you're an employee, they take your money before you even get your check. All right, ready? I don't think he heard you guys loud enough. Ready? All right. So, before I go into this, let me explain. So, when you're an employee, you're taxed at the highest rate, right? And then, how many business owners are in the room? Okay. So now we become entrepreneurs. We decide we want to go out and make money. And the Matrix is going to tell you that you're not intelligent enough to decide how to run your new business. So they tell you have to go to what? An accountant or a CPA, and they're going to recommend that you get an LLC or an S Corp or a C Corp, depending on what your business is, right? Those are other characters on the Monopoly board. And they're contracts. How many of you guys know what contract law is and legislative law? Legislative law is where the government legislates things, right? And when the government creates products, because you guys know that the government is a corporation. They're in business to make money, right? It's for profit. And the government creates these entities, and then we go operate out of them, and they are contracts. So when you go and get an LLC, you're literally like going to the government's window of business, knocking on the door. Hey, I have a great idea. My accountant told me, because they went to school and memorized a bunch of information, told me I need an LLC, right? And we go and we sign up for an LLC, we pay the $300, $400, $500 or whatever it is, and now we're in a contract. And this is why people have to pay taxes. Because when you get the LLC, your birth certificate and your social security number are the entity that owns that LLC. You guys follow me? So now at the end of the year, you go make money in the LLC. The LLC allows you to get some tax deductions, but then you end up receiving income, right? Remember, income is taxable. You receive income to your social security number, right, as a K-1, which is what would happen when you cash out your XRP. So if your XRP is in an LLC, once it rips and you start pulling profits, those profits are going to flow to you, that person, the legislative law creation, and now you have to pay taxes on that money. Does that make sense? What I have learned, and I'm going to talk to you guys about trusts, is that you need to be in a new contract. You need a private contract. Let's go to the next one. All right. How many of you guys have heard this quote? How many of you guys know Nelson Rockefeller? Okay, this quote changed my life because once I understood what it actually meant, I was able to unlock wealth. And he said, the secret to success is to own nothing but control everything. How many of you own your XRP right now? Most of the room, right? So if you go and cash it out now and you create a taxable event, you're going to end up paying taxes. Or on any other crypto, right? There's probably people in here that have lots of different cryptos. So what he's saying here, though, is not that you can't have things. He's just saying don't own them. You don't want to own them in your name, and you don't even want to own an LLC in your name, because at the end of the day, the money is going to flow to you, and that's why you pay taxes. How many of you guys know, and I'm not getting political, but how many of you guys know Trump does not take the presidential salary? You guys know that, right? You think it's because he's a nice guy? It's because he understands what I'm talking about. If he took the presidential pay, which is a lot of money, it's like $350,000 or something like that, right? He would receive it to himself under his social security number, and then he would have to pay taxes like everybody else does. And this is why Robert Kiyosaki and Jeff Bezos and all of these people don't pay taxes, because they have learned the simplicity of not making income. And it sounds weird to most people, right? People are like, well, how did you figure out how to not pay taxes? I go, well, I don't make income. They're like, well, how do you have this lifestyle you have? I have nice cars and I have nice things. And how many of you guys like nice things? Right? It's okay to have those things, but you don't want to own them. Okay? So what Trump is doing is he's avoiding receiving income. So what my company does, well, one of my companies, is we help people restructure their life. We want to unbind you from these contracts where you're tied in through legislative law and move you into a private contract. The Supreme Court has ruled that the government has no legal jurisdiction over a private contract. Just like if we're at Starbucks and I sell you a car, I can write a contract on a napkin. And we can both sign it, and you can take that down to the DMV and you can, pay your fee or whatever. And that's a legal contract. And that's basically what these private trusts are that I want to talk about. Let's go to the next slide. Ready? All right. One more, Ryan. There we go. All right, so this is the trust that we work with. This is your key to never ever paying taxes on any of your crypto. If you're a business owner in the room, this will allow you through our strategies to never pay taxes on any of your business income ever again. Okay, and it's called a non-grantor, irrevocable, complex, discretionary spender trust. A lot of words. All of those words are powers that the trustee has, okay, through the trust. Next slide. Ready? Boom. Come on, you guys got to wake up more. Let's go. There we go. All right, so why do wealthy people pay little to no taxes? Who do you think writes the tax laws? I remember that. The elite built a system for us where they don't participate, and the wealthy people have knowledge tools to legally avoid taxes. Next one. Boom. All right, I already went through this one. Next one. Boom. All right, you guys are getting good now. You're getting faster. All right, so the first thing I'm going to go over is the fact that this is legal. Everywhere I go, everywhere I speak, the one thing people always ask is, oh, it sounds too good to be true. Is it legal? We have a law firm that grants our trust. And what granting means is they're the owner of the trust, and then once they're done, they resign. Okay? So let me explain to you how this works. When you have a non-grantor trust, you have a third party, which we use a law firm, that's going to create the trust. They appoint the trustee, which would be you, and then they resign. So now you have a legal, private trust with no owner. You're the manager now. Does that make sense? Once the law firm resigns, they can never ever come back on the trust. Ever. They can't do anything with that trust. They've literally given all the power over to the trustee. Okay, so now you have this entity that you control. Remember the quote. But you don't own it. Does that make sense? If it makes sense, say yes. Okay. So this is a letter from our law firm, and if you guys want, you can go to our website, liveiws.com. All of this and much, much more information is on the website about the trust, but this is a legal letter of opinion from our law firm. My actual lawyer litigated his trust. We are the only company that writes these trusts that I know of anywhere in the world that within the last 100 years has actually had one of these end up in court and get litigated. And it won. It did every single thing that I say it does. It protected the assets. The government wasn't even able to look into the trust. We gave them the certificate of trust, right, because we were nice. And that basically explains what type of trust it is, what role the trustee has, what all the rights and roles and responsibilities of the trustee are. And because we beat that case 3 times, by the way, that lawyer tried to attack the trust 3 different ways, and that's how strong this trust is. They've never been broken in over 500 years. Unless you're doing something illegal or you're laundering money or doing something stupid through it, which you would have to do that. Because remember, the trust is separate from you, right? There is no person. The person is the birth certificate, right? The person was the law firm. Once they resign and they put the trustee there, there is no person there that owns it. Does that make sense? So this is a letter that they wrote, basically saying, hey, we litigated the trust, this is what type of trust it is, and it works, okay? Next slide. There we go. All right, so again, non-grantor, I went over this. The grantor designation exempts the trust from any alter ego. The alter ego is you. So if you have a living trust, like you go to a lawyer, you're the grantor. And people all the time tell me, well, I already have a trust and all my property is in the trust. You own the trust, though, just like you own the LLC. So you guys know that the government trust only really work after you die. They'll protect from probate and things like that so you can pass the assets down. But it doesn't protect from taxes or anything like that. And while you're living, if I sue you and you have a trust where you're the grantor, I can get your assets because you still own the asset. That includes your XRP. How many of you guys would agree? And I have a lot of XRP. That should be the number one thing that we protect right now. Because we know what's going to happen in the future. Okay, so you've got to have it in the right type of trust where there is separation from your alter ego. Next slide, let's give them a good one. All right, so irrevocable. Now, irrevocable here is different than a legislative trust. Most people, you don't want an irrevocable. There's places for it, but it's hard to get assets out of an irrevocable trust. Our trust, irrevocable means we sell all of our assets to the trust here. We're not just moving them into our trust, right? We're taking a trust that we don't own, that we control, right? And we're selling the asset, which is severing the cord or the tie from the alter ego. Meaning you don't own the asset anymore. So if you take your personal residence and your XRP and your cars and everything that you own, you sell it to the trust. Once that sale is done, meaning there's a bill of sale, there's consideration, right? Because you got a consideration to make it legal. We do that through promissory notes. Once all of that is done, it can't be undone by a court. And that's what our court case proved. My lawyer sold all of his worldly possessions to his trust. We moved the law firm into the trust. He pays no taxes. He's got cannabis dispensaries. He's got mobile home park. I mean, this guy he's an entrepreneur, but he's a badass lawyer too. They weren't able to get to the trust. They weren't able to get to his business. They weren't able to get to his assets. They weren't able to get to his crypto, and he has a lot of crypto. So irrevocable here is very powerful. Next slide. Discretionary. Now, discretionary means that you make all of the decisions. You have discretionary power, which means you get to decide a lot of things that are happening in the trust. Like, for example, what is a trust expense and what is not. Okay? And I'm going to go into that a little bit more in a little bit. Next slide. All right, so let's talk about contract law. So because a spendthrift trust is not a creature of legislature, it's not subject to the myriad of strangling legislative controls, rules, and regulations. I don't know about you guys, but how many of you guys think that's pretty sexy language? Like, that is sexy, right? It's like, just assume you have the trust. Because your trust is not a creature of legislature, meaning the government wasn't at the table when the contract was written, so they don't get to come in and make all the rules. It says, it is not subject to the myriad. How many of you guys know what myriad means? It means a lot, right? Of strangling legislative controls, rules, and regulations that are applicable to corporations and other legislative entities. This is protection. Next slide. I'm just going to go through these quicker because I know I'm limited no time. So the Supreme Court, this is the Elliott versus Freeman case. Again, this is just more backing up the legality of the trust, and that backs up the statement that I just made. Next slide. Supreme Court holds that the trust relationship comes under the realm of equity based on common law and is not subject to legislative restrictions. So again, the Supreme Court's made many, many, many rulings on these trusts. Next slide. Although the trustee hold the property title, they do not own the property. So again, this is just saying that once you sell an asset to the trust, you don't own it anymore. Next slide. I'm going to pull all this together. A contract in the form of a spendthrift trust organization does not owe its existence to any act of legislature. See, look, when you guys are putting together something for your family, you don't want the government involved. And this statement is basically just saying the IRS, they can't tax something they didn't create. So it's like if I'm playing Monopoly and I just decide, I'm none of those characters. I'm a giraffe. And I pop the giraffe on the board, well, there's no giraffe in Monopoly. So I can go around the board and I don't have to pay when I land on a hotel. Does that are you guys following me? Because I'm not in the rule book. There is no giraffe there. The giraffe is the private contract allowing me to go operate in the matrix without being a part of the matrix. You see? Because now when income flows into your private trust the right way, which is the key, which is why our trust held up in court, because my team back there is really, really good at knowing what the IRS, how they look at the flow of income, right? Because the income has to pass into the trust legally, and as long as it does that, how many of you guys have an LLC or a business? Okay, you guys know how business expenses work, right? So now let's put together everything I just said. If you have a private trust, you take all of your worldly possessions, including your business, your crypto, your cars, your house, your land, your gold, your silver, everything. You sell it to the trust. We create a promissory note for all of that at cost basis, by the way. We're not going to make any capital gains by selling our XRP at a higher price to the trust than what we paid for it. How many of you guys would agree that that would create a taxable event, right? So we're going to sell everything into the trust at cost basis. And now we have an entity that we control, and we have assets that we control, right? But we don't own them. And now the trust gets to use its money to pay its bills. So if the roof leaks on your home that you don't own anymore, who pays for the roof repair? Okay? And if the trust owns your business, and the money's flowing in there legally, and we're deferring the taxes in perpetuity, which means until we distribute income, which we're not going to do ever, or we pay an expense for the trust, which we have discretionary power to decide what that is, within reason, right? I can pay all of my old personal bills now with tax-deferred money. So now I go work for my companies the same way I did before, but I just don't own them anymore. I'm working for the family. I'm working for the estate. The trust can do everything that you and I can do as a person. The trust can get a bank account. It's going to have an EIN number. It files a 1041 tax return, which is a trust tax return that defers taxes. It can own property. It can get loans. You can walk into a bank. I bought my home with my trust. My partner Kevin's purchasing a home right now, $1 million home, with his trust, with tax-deferred money. So imagine that you put your home in there right now, you put your business in there right now, and you still owe $1 million on your home. You're now paying off your home with tax-deferred money. You're now feeding your children with tax-deferred money. You're paying for their medical and their dental and everything. Why? Because they're the beneficiaries of the trust. Are you guys following me? So now everything in your life becomes a write-off. It's like an LLC on steroids, because if you have a business, you understand you can pretty much make most of the things you do during the day a write-off. Especially if you're trading crypto, you own a business, right? You're doing things for the trust every day. Like these clothes I bought the other day at the Venetian that I don't need. I'm on stage wearing them. I can write off now. See what I mean? So it's like I'm using my discretion, and I'm not lying, I'm being honest. Everything I buy and wear, I'm out doing business. I'm taking clients out to lunch. I'm giving money away sometimes when people need money, right? Doing things, but it's all for my estate. It's not for me, which is for the family. It's for, at the end of the day, the trust is for the family, right? The families are the ones to benefit. But as the trustee, you're going to get benefit too. Like my dream car, which just changed yesterday, was a CA Corvette, right? Ever since I was a little kid, everywhere I go, every time I see one. So finally when I became successful, my rule was unless I can buy 10 of them cash, I'm not buying one, right? Well, when I finally got to that point, I bought a CA. Well, I used my discretionary power that my trust needed that. Because eventually, whoever I pass it down to, they're going to get the enjoyment out of it as well, right? So you guys see, I bought the car. And you can finance the car under the trust. The trust can have a DUNS number. It can build a credit profile. And even better, the trust can own LLCs, which is a whole other strategy right there. So if you have an LLC right now, you can take yourself off and put the trust on. And now the money passes through as a K1 to the trust. We defer the taxes. And we go buy more XRP. Are you guys following me? All right, so let's get into the really good stuff now, because this was my company for the last 10 years. And I built a social media profile. If you guys don't follow me, I give all this information away for free. I've got like 10 books I've written I give away for free. liveiws.com. You can go there, download all the books, book an appointment. My team will help you out and custom structure this for you based on your situation. Some people have multiple S corps, multiple LLCs. Some people are operating out of a C corp. Some people even have nonprofits, right? We actually offer a 508c1a, which is like, how many of you guys have heard of the nonprofit 501c3? That's a government contract. You're going to the government to get that set up, and then you got to follow all their stupid rules. You got to have a board. You got to do all these things. You got to be compliant. Well, if you just have a private foundation, which was around, by the way, before the 501c3, the government didn't like that private thing. So they went and created their own product, and then guess how they market it? Your accountant. Because accountants go to school at the matrix. And they don't learn anything, by the way. And if anybody's an accountant in here, I'm not offending you. The accountants are great people. I have a whole bunch of them that work for me. But when you just go get your license, just like I'm an insurance agent, I went and got my license. I didn't learn all the stuff I do with insurance. I use life insurance to create lots of wealth. And all wealthy people do that. But the middle class and poor people, we go to our life insurance agent and they try to scare you that you're going to die and leave your family with no money, and then that's how they sell it to you. So I always had the concept that that's all it was, right? And accountants have like this straight path because look, what is school? Did anybody in here really learn anything in school? Or did you memorize a bunch of information where the matrix said, hey, we've already learned everything about this reality, and this is how, like they'll tell you the earth is round, and if you say it's flat, which I'm not saying either or, if you think it's against the mainstream narrative, you fail. So you're not allowed to think for yourself. So you got to understand that these professionals we go to, lawyers only give opinions, doctors only practice, no one's really doing anything. Do you guys follow what I'm saying? Like, we go to lawyers, that's why I have to call that an opinion letter. You know, you go to your accountant, you go to 5 different accountants, you're going to get 5 different tax strategies. So you have to understand who you're taking advice from, and you need to learn these things. Let's go through the next slide. Let's get into good stuff. I already went through all this. Go to the next one. Next. All right, so this will show you guys real quick the flow, and then I'm going to talk to you guys about our blockchain companies. That's really where it's going to get exciting. So this just shows up here your cash flow, right? So your cash flow is over here. We set up the trust. We sell all your assets to it. We create life insurance policies that are cash value policies that go inside the trust. We are the only company that I know of, and I know just about all my competitors, where we can go to our insurance carrier and they will allow you to buy life insurance with the trust owning it. So let's see how many people are awake right now. If I have a business and I'm generating income into the trust and I'm deferring the taxes, and then the trust owns multiple cash value life insurance policies, who pays the premium? With what? Tax deferred money? Look, our clients can put $300,000-$400,000 a year into a whole life policy that's all cash value building, where you're purchasing future equity for your family, but you're able to borrow against it now. So if I put $300,000 into a policy, let's say I'm not even young and healthy. Maybe they give me $3 or $4 for every dollar I give them, right? Which is what you're doing. You're buying future equity, right? If I put $300,000 a year in because my business is cash flowing, before I buy XRP, I take the $300,000, I buy cash value life insurance, I might get $1 million in death benefit for my $300,000. You follow me? And now I go back to the carrier and say, look, you owe my family $1 million if I get hit by a car tomorrow. I gave you $300,000, but I need that $300,000 because I got to go buy some more XRP. Well, they're going to use my principal as collateral to loan me out of their general fund, which comes out of my death benefit. So now my principal is earning interest every year. I'm not going to disturb that at all because I'm going to use that as collateral to take a loan out of my death benefit. And now I got the $300,000, but my original $300,000 that I worked for and exchanged my time to go make is still in my account paying me interest every single year. What if you did that for the next 5 or 10 years? You guys see these wealthy families? They're not smarter than anybody in here. Matter of fact, I don't think they're that smart at all, to be honest with you. They've just been really good at making all of us ignorant and distracted so that we don't go learn these things. We live in fear of the IRS, and it's funny because in America, everybody feels obligated to pay taxes here for some reason. Probably nobody in this room now. But a lot of people I talk to are like, oh, and keep in mind, I've been doing this 10 years. So 10 years ago, I was the conspiracy guy. I was one of those people, right? I've had lawyers tell me, you're going to go to jail for teaching people this stuff. And now you got Robert Kiyosaki on stage saying stupid people pay taxes. So you can see that your trust is going to pay all the bills. We're going to buy insurance premium, right, with deferred money that you earned, and then go to the next one. Then we take the policy loan back into the trust, and then the trust goes and invests. You can keep going, right? So this is why we call it the vortex. You should never, ever, 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 if you learn anything from me today, don't ever go exchange your time for money and then take those dollars that have your time attached to it and go spend it. Because that's the rat race, right? Is we go and we take time away from our family, away from spirituality, away from other things that are important in our life. And then we don't look at that as time. We just look at it as a way to pay for things, right? And then we go give the electric company money, the cell phone company. And all we're doing with those things is kicking the can down the road another 30 days. Because in 30 more days, you got to pay the bill again, right? So why not have a private trust that you can take all the money you're earning, stick it into an account where the bank's never going to do this for you, right? What does the bank give you? Overdraft fees? And they look at you funny when you want to go take out more than $10,000 at a time, but it's your money. But they act like it's their money because really, how many of you guys know it is? Every time you make a deposit in the bank and you sign a deposit slip, you just signed your money over to the bank. You don't own the money anymore. You have FDIC insurance and all that stuff, but we all know that stuff doesn't work. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Trust is 18 grand. I'm not going to get into that right now. This is really where I want to go, okay? How much more time do I have, John? All day? Okay, let's keep going. So, with my brand, The Real Intelligent Maker, right, my mission in life is to free people from this matrix, right? Because if I can free your mind from the financial system and all of this control, and you could actually be your own bank, which again, 10 years ago, the only way you could be your own bank is by using this concept with life insurance, right? By moving the money there instead of the bank, taking loans, and basically moving your own money, right? Well, now with blockchain and crypto, You guys know the whole world is changing. AI is about to come in. It's already disrupting big time. How many of you guys believe that by 2030, AI is going to take probably most jobs? You guys, I was just at the Venetian. I saw a whole entire bar with robot arms. No human. You just order your drink on the thing and the drink comes out. There's nobody there. There's whole restaurants like that. Amazon's already tested stuff where they have no humans in their warehouses. And it boggles my mind that people still go to a job and think that you're going to have that in the next 3 years. Like, you got to get out of the rock, right? From under the rock. We just launched Jova Wallet. So Jova Chain is a decentralized blockchain that we're building right now. Right now, our token, FTMX, is on the Ethereum, layer 2 on Ethereum, right? Once we get the blockchain done, we're migrating the token over. But right now, our wallet is live. If you have an Android, you can go in the Google Play Store right now. You can download the Jova wallet. And it is in beta right now. So you guys are literally, this is the first room that I've ever rolled this out to. So the only people that have been using it is my followers, right? So this is really a big deal. This is the first day that we're launching this. Now, what Jova Wallet is, and we say it's powered by FTMX because it's a decentralized wallet ecosystem with social media, music, streaming TV, shopping, and much, much more to come. So imagine having a wallet. How many of you guys, and this is a stupid question in this room, but how many of you guys have a hot wallet on your phone? Base app or MetaMask or one of those, right? Jova's just like that. But imagine you log into Jova, and now you can sign into your social media platform, which, by the way, is decentralized, built on the blockchain. We're one of the first of its kind. Algorithm will be curated by you, never by us, where based on your search history, we're going to cultivate that algorithm, right? And then the vision for this is that our content creators are going to be able to tokenize their brand. Meaning if you are producing content, which everybody in the new world is going to have to figure this out, because if AI takes your job, well, now Jova can help you. Because now you can get really good at making videos, and we're going to have AI tools that are going to edit your videos for you. I'm telling you, this is going to be the most advanced thing you guys have ever seen. It's gonna blow Facebook, the TikTok experience, all of those. This is that all wrapped up into one, and then some. So like I have like 1.4 million followers, right? I make no money on social media. Why? Because they'll censor me. Your boss is whoever pays you. So if I allow Facebook to pay me to run ads to all of my people, yeah, that's great, I might make money, but I don't need that. And the second I sign that contract, they own me now. They can shut my page down, they can take my money away. How many of you guys have seen someone on social media get censored, get their page shut down? It's a problem, right? I know people where that's their livelihood. They spend money on a studio, on cameras, on mics, they hire teams. I mean, it's a whole production, right? And they're sharing their gift with the world, and then because Facebook don't like it, they push one button, you're done. Jova is built on a decentralized blockchain where nobody will ever be able to censor you or anything. So now as a content creator, you create your profile on Jova, you click a button, we create a token for you. And now you have a brand. And now the algorithm is going to grab your content through AI and take it to all the users that like similar stuff as what you're putting out. So if you're a music artist, you can come, you don't have to go to Sony and get signed anymore. Look, when we have millions and millions and millions of users like Facebook, the whole audience is on the platform. So the AI is just going to take your content where it needs to go, every nook and cranny, and then the users will vote based on investing in your brand. Can you guys imagine what this will look like when we deploy this? So right now we're in beta, right? You have to have 100 FTMX tokens, which I think right now we're sitting at like a little over 2 cents. We're down with the whole market. We were up to almost like 20 cents. And every time someone now joins the platform, which keep in mind, this is just being launched today. So imagine what's about to happen. We're going to be traveling around doing this, right? So now people can download the Jova wallet, get at least 100 FTMX tokens, which is like nothing right now. And now you can click one button, and through your wallet address, it's going to create a social media profile for you. And it's just like Facebook. You go and put in your profile picture, pick your banner, put your bio, and just start posting. But now you post whatever you want. We don't care. As long as it's things like most people don't agree with, right? Like murder and things like that. But post away. Share your thoughts, share your opinions, share your videos. And as you do that, as soon as we turn on the creator mode, you will have a token and now your audience can invest. Go to the next slide. Next one. All right, so this is an example. Go back one. So this is an example on the phone, right? This is my profile. You can see I have the banner, I've got the picture, I've got my name, I've got my username, my location, which that's when I was in Sri Lanka, and it looks just like Facebook, okay? Now, as we grow into this, we're going to have different feeds where we'll have one that's like YouTube, one that's like TikTok, one that's like Instagram. So as people come over from all of these other platforms, they can choose how they want to see the content. And then the creator will be able to, like, let's say they do a full podcast. They'll be able to upload the full podcast into Jova in the back end, and then Jova will take and trim and make all of the short videos, like reels for Instagram, for TikTok, longer form for Facebook, with content on there and links to your website. Once you train the AI, it's going to do all of that for you. So now content creators can literally do everything with no team. They don't have to hire all these people to do it. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be amazing. Go to the next one. This is our team out in Sri Lanka. Now here's the problem with social media. So creators don't own their own content and audience. How many of you guys know that? You do not own your audience. I do not own my audience on Facebook. I don't own it on Instagram. Platforms are going to censor and control narratives, right? How many of you guys notice all the influencers typically are all saying the same thing on Facebook? Especially the political ones, right? They're literally saying that they don't even change the sentence. They all just repeat the exact same thing. Revenue is centralized. Platforms take most of the value, right? Facebook gives the users like a little bit, and they take the majority of it. Brands rely on ads instead of community ownership. Next slide. Creator exploitation. So zero ownership of content. Once uploaded, the algorithm controls your reach and visibility. Revenue share is minimal and non-existent, and the platform can demonetize you at any time. Next slide. That will not happen with Jova. Now, censorship and narrative control, same thing. Algorithm suppression, you guys know all this stuff. Next slide. Same thing, next slide. You guys get it, right? We all know the social media companies. They don't care about us. So what we're introducing is Jova Social, and this is really the first social media platform built on a decentralized blockchain. Right? Now, base app, and here's what's funny about how the universe works. You know, source, God, whatever you want to call it, will not just give an idea to one person. That's why when you get an idea, you better do it. Because if you don't, someone else is going to get it, and whoever's ready, prepared, is going to go execute. 1 month after I got this download, I was literally in Sri Lanka. We went to a Stargate portal, did a deep meditation there, and literally a day later, I got this massive download of, I've got to build this. No one's doing it, right? Because I get censored. They'll take me out of the algorithm when I'm saying certain things, and it's frustrating, right? Because I'm not trying to make money on social media. I'm trying to reach people so that I can teach them the things that I can teach them to get them out of the matrix, right? Well, now we've built this massive community, and Facebook tries to separate all of us all the time, right? So I got this whole idea of Jova Social. It's the world's first decentralized brand exchange. Listen to me carefully, guys, because you are in this room when a lot of people are not. And you don't want to be the guy or girl a couple years from now that's like, I wasn't paying attention when he said that. You guys all know what a centralized exchange is, right? Those are the ones we really don't like now. A lot of these companies are doing things, signing with banks, doing all these weird things, right? And it's because they've amassed so much power already, you know? And then you've got decentralized exchanges, which is what we all believed crypto was going to be, right? It's going to stay all DeFi protocol. There's going to be privacy and all these things, which now we're learning it's not. Well, now we're building a brand decentralized exchange. We're calling it the DBEX, right? It's a decentralized brand exchange. And here's the vision for it. How many of you would agree that crypto can get very confusing? Like when you're looking at a bunch of tokens, right? It takes a lot of time to go in and research these things and to learn what is the actual value that they're providing, right? Like XRP, cross-border payments, right? Each bar has their own, some are tokenization. Everybody's got their own thing they're doing, right? How many of you would agree the average person is probably not going to be very good at trading crypto? Just like most people don't trade stocks, right? Most people go get a stockbroker or they go that route. Well, imagine having a brand exchange where you're in Jova and you're able to see all the top content creators that are being traded. Their brands are being traded, right? Like the top 10 crypto coins. But it's not about moving money, right? It's about adding value because we're investing in people now, right? So what drives the price of FTMX through the brand exchange is not going to be, well, how good is Ethereum doing today? Oh my God, Bitcoin's down 30%. Who cares? As long as new users are coming on Jova, they're coming in with some FTMX. Just the 100 FTMX they have to buy to get in the ecosystem is going to drive price up. And then once we launch music, where they have a choice to not go to Apple anymore or any of these other censorship companies, right? People can now post their music here. And now people, once we launch that phase, which will be in the next 6 months, people can now use the currency in our ecosystem to buy things now. Are you guys following me? So, using myself as an example, let's say that I was sitting in the room and I'm hearing all this, right? And I'm like, oh my God, I get this. And I go create a profile on Jova today. And then I start pushing content out on all of my platforms, telling people about this, all my followers, right? And I tell them, look, how many of you guys would want a piece of my company? Right? One of my companies is doing about $10 million a year right now. Now we're tokenizing that on Jova. And now people can invest not only in that company, but now they can invest in the Real Intelligent Baker separately as a brand. Are you guys getting this? So what if I brought 1 million users over to Jova before the token, the creator token turns on? You guys see how crazy this would be? Our plan is to get millions of users over the next 6 to 9 months. And when we turn that feature on, game fucking over. You're going to witness going to the moon like you've never seen it before because, again, it's not based on just crypto technology. It's based on people. How many of you guys have seen what happened with Dogecoin? Shiba, right? We were just talking in the back of the room. When Doge came out, it literally said, this is a joke. And look at what it did. And now we're bringing real world value where, and I don't have time to get into all of it, but like my clients just in my company, just one company, and all companies can come on Jova. That one company doing $10 million a year, once we tokenize it, all that money flowing through my company is going to be flowing through the FTMX token. So imagine when we start putting businesses on the platform. Imagine when we take trust clients as we're selling all their property, real estate, gold, land, everything, and we tokenize all of that. You guys see this? Imagine as we get all of these influencers that are out there right now with millions and millions of followers that are dealing with censorship, they've been deplatformed, demonetized. They can now come to Jova, tokenize their brand, rebuild their audience, and now make passive income on it. All while it's all held in FTMX, And now while you're holding it and we're still building the damn thing, the value is still going up. So as we're traveling around the world and you're just holding FTMX in your wallet and we're trying to take down the matrix, right, by being in big rooms like this and getting people to realize who we are, what we stand for, where people are like, oh my God, the light bulb went off, I'm leaving Facebook, right? It'll be a slow migration, right? But as they start bringing all those people over and people are able to shop, eventually we're going to replace Amazon. We're building out a shop so that people on Amazon can say, look, these people are taking too much money from me. Because guess how Jova is going to make money? We're not going to make money on ads. We're going to make money every time we create a token. We'll take a small, I'm talking small, little percentage from that as we create the token where we hold it, right? And we make money as you make money. And then our job now is to build a platform with all of the tools that you need to be successful. Like if you don't make content now, but you could just film a video on your phone, upload it, and then AI can go in and edit it, make you look all good. And now you can get your message out there. You don't need to go hire a big editing team. You don't need to have a bunch of money. You guys see what I'm saying? This is going to be the future because as people lose their jobs and they don't have other skills because the Matrix taught you, go to school, get good grades, get a good career, right, and then stay in your lane. So as people lose jobs, what are they going to do? That is where this comes in. Everybody has a skill. Everybody has a talent. If you like teaching yoga, set up shop, get a camera, start filming it, and start teaching it because eventually people are going to be able to pay you for doing that. And then as you go, I can see people going on this brand exchange every day. It's going to show you all the new users that are coming on our platform. Part of your research is going to be like, if you want to hit a big one, go to that section. And then go to Facebook and Instagram and go look that user up because you know they're going to bring the same username over. It's going to be the same profile picture more than likely, right? Because they want their users to feel at home. You could literally go do some research and go, oh my God, this guy just came on Joe, he's got 5 million users. And you can go slide in there and buy some of his token as he's out now working for you. He's out doing videos every day, getting his audience over onto Jova. Remember, every time someone comes in, 100 FTMX, and all of it is done through the Jova wallet. So if you download the wallet, you have FTMX in it. As we continue down our roadmap and we add the music, we add the shop, now we're given the ability to spend the money. I'm telling you, it's going to explode. We have people that invested in the token in pre-launch that are already up 10, 20x. And that was just right there, right? See that guy right in the front. And that's because he saw the vision, right? And that's the thing with these things is some people can see the vision and some people can't. And that's okay. But because he saw it, he got in at, I don't know, 0.005 cents a coin or something like that. And right now we're at 2 cents. Look, the other day I went to ChatGPT, and I'm going to wrap up here shortly. I went into ChatGPT and I told them our tokenomics, right? And I said, okay, let's assume that we took 5% of the real estate market cap. Because we are going to specialize in tokenizing real estate. We're going to specialize in tokenizing a lot of stuff. And then we got the brands and all this stuff, right? Facebook. We're going to have the music app, which is like Apple Music and all these. Well, if you just take the market caps of all of these things that we're going to be providing on our blockchain, and we're conservative, I was already seeing over 10,000 a coin. Just based on the market cap we can go after. Even if we got half of that right, 5,000 a coin. If we got it 25% right, 10% right, you guys see the potential. Like we're all waiting for XRP to go to 10 bucks. Right? But we're waiting on a lot of other circumstances to happen. You understand? We drive this. We drive this car. So while all crypto tokens, coins are down, it doesn't affect us at all because our value is people. People are currency, and I'm sick and tired of watching these big companies pull out our liquidity. It's time for us to get in a decentralized ecosystem And we are going to do our job as a company to build out everything to get you out of the matrix. And now you guys see what that token is all about, why that name is so important. You know, it's not about the swear word, it's about the power behind saying, fuck that matrix, right? Because all of us are slaves to this thing. Our kids now are going to be worse than us, right? Because I didn't grow up with the iPhone. Babies now are scrolling on iPads and putting in passwords, and it's blowing my mind what this technology is doing to the younger generation. And these are things that I feel are going to help us build a heaven on earth, where we can all be together as a community. We can all say the things that are on our hearts without being judged for it or having some, stupid dork guy at the top, not like what you say and then shut your page down. So go to the next one. I'm going to show you guys. You guys want to pull out your phones. I'm going to wrap up, and you guys are the first people right now to get access to Jova Social. Okay? Who's excited about that? All right, so what is a D-Bags? If we can just go to the slide that's got the QR codes on it, that first one. All right, so if you guys want to scan this QR code real quick, I believe this will take you to our website and our roadmap. You do want to read the roadmap. Go read what we're going to do. And by the way, if you go look at our original roadmap, who's that guy right there? The original roadmap that we have, just to let you guys know, we're about 6 months ahead of schedule. The company that I have building this out helped build Binance. Okay? Last slide has got the 2 on it. Ryan? You already take it down? Yes. Alright, I'll tell you what. If you guys go to open up your DeFi wallet real quick, if you have MetaMask, Base app, open it up. Click on your Explorer or your search bar and type this in, and if you don't have it in front of you, write this down. Go to jovachain.io. And you have to do this inside of a wallet. Okay? Our browser will be available soon inside of Jova, and then you'll be able to do it all inside of Jova. But right now, either MetaMask, Base, or whatever wallet you have, go to the internet browser, go to jovachain.com, and then you'll see a button that says Jova Social. Click on that. You got to make sure you have at least 100 FTMX in your wallet. So if you don't, you can go to MetaMask or any DeFi exchange. Make sure that it is FTMX on Ethereum. Okay? Because there are scam tokens. I'm probably the most ripped off guy on the whole internet right now. It's crazy. Right? It's crazy. Exactly. So make sure you get the right token. And I want you guys to do me a favor. Give us feedback. Through the website, you can give feedback. Start posting. Start putting pictures. Start putting content out there. And start sharing the message with people. Because I'm telling you, this is going to make a lot of people wealthy. And again, you guys are the first room to hear about this. We are going to be doing the first Jova convention in October. It'll be back here at this hotel. Details will be on the website soon. So again, you've got jovachain.io. That's my blockchain stuff. LiveIWS, that's where all the updates are. So if you want to know what's going on, make sure you go visit those websites. And thank you guys for listening. This is the future. Love you all. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Zam, CEO, COO of TrueFly DAO, and I'm honored to be here with the community that continues to show up, build, and push the space forward. Right now, we get to welcome someone whose work sits right at the intersection of data interoperability and real blockchain utility. Representing Flare, please put your hands together and help me welcome to the stage co-founder and COO, Mr. Hugo Villion.
Working now? Okay. Hi, I'm Hugo. I'm the co-founder of a blockchain called Flare. Some of you in this room might know Flare, some of you might not. It's going to be a slightly different presentation from the last one, but I'll see if I can explain what Flare is working on. So, title is, data, capital, and compute. These are three things that we think is going to make effectively the value of where blockchain is going. These are the three core competencies that blockchain offer. Can I get the next slide? So Flare is where data, compute, and capital meet. Some of you might know that Flare is a blockchain that is fundamentally focused around data capabilities and doing that in the most decentralized way possible relative to pretty much any other method that is available. Sarah, next slide, please. So Flare is built not as a single, effectively, one thing to do one utility. It is a stack of different components that allows people to build a very, very wide array of different things. So really the first component in the stack is secure and native data. Unlike validators on pretty much every other layer one, our validators also have to provide data, and they provide it to two protocols. One called the Flare Time Series Oracle, which is for prices and time series data, and one called the Flare Data Connector. So that's the native data component. Then on top of that, we build seamless interoperability. So using our data, we build seamless interoperability, and then we are adding something called confidential compute. And this is going to be absolutely critical for AI use cases and real-world asset use cases. So I'll just try and break those three things down a little bit. So on Flare, we have our validators like every other chain. We have our data protocols. And our data protocols provide prices, Web 2 APIs, and the state of what has happened on the other blockchains that Flare is connected to. And effectively, it allows our protocols to access Web 2 data, which is critical, and it's the backbone for our interoperability, our chain abstraction. So if you use Zaman Wallet with XRP, you'll start seeing products come through to Zaman, which uses effectively what we call Flare smart accounts, and allows you to control your balance, your tokens on Flare directly from the XRP ledger. And it will also be the backbone of our Flare confidential compute, which I'll come to at the end. Seamless interoperability. We build bridges. The principal bridge we have at the moment that we built ourselves is called FXRP. It's so far the most successful bridge for XRP that has ever been built. We have more than 155 million units of XRP on Flare, and by and large, effectively the largest XRP DeFi ecosystem that exists. We have a partnership with Layer 0 to do interoperability for many other tokens, including FXRP onto other chains. And Flare Smart Accounts, which we built, allows you to control all of that from the XRP ledger, which makes the whole experience a lot nicer than using any other chain with your XRP. So Flare Confidential Compute is a slightly difficult idea to get across, especially to people that are not that familiar with how the technology in blockchains work. But effectively, think of it like a computer that does similar-ish things to a blockchain in that it can run computations, and critically, it can do it in private, but we can also prove back onto the blockchain that that computation has run correctly. So if you know about smart contracts, what's happening there is that the blockchain is effectively determining that the smart contract has been run, determining the outputs of the smart contract, and all of that is happening on-chain. Flare's confidential compute takes this off-chain in order to make it fast, much more scalable, and most importantly, private, but then allows you to prove this back onto Flare so that you can settle any transaction you do in Flare's compute back down onto chain. And this is critical when it comes to AI and real-world assets. So Flare is one stack of effectively data interoperability and compute. This allows you to build pretty much anything you want. DeFi for non-smart contract tokens like XRP, Bitcoin, XLM. General DeFi, so we can have a regular DeFi ecosystem like all the other chains on Flare, and in fact we already do. RWAs, institutional applications, and AI. And recently we released something called Flare Improvement Proposal 16, which re-establishes the economic link between the Flare token and what is happening in the Flare ecosystem. And so the more activity that happens on Flare, effectively the more FIP 16 allows for the reduction of inflation in the Flare token. So I'm just going to come on to a section now about what's happening in DeFi on Flare, because whilst many of you may not be familiar with Flare, Flare's DeFi ecosystem is in fact doing pretty well, coming from more or less a standing start last September. So we started with FXRP. We've always been an XRP aligned project, and in fact our sort of fundamental and initial use case was being able to use XRP in DeFi, of which we are currently the largest project where you can put your XRP to work. So it's our starting point. We've got 155 million of XRP on chain, and this slide really just tells you about the progress of XRP over time on Flare, and I'll come on in a second how you use your XRP. So this is our on-chain activity. We started September 2025, and it's been more or less a vertical line upwards since then. We've got about 133 million of it locked in DeFi, being used in DeFi, which 85% is an absolutely huge penetration rate. And our top 3 money markets effectively allow you to use XRP, staked XRP, and USDT0. So outside of XRP, we have a much broader ecosystem with a TVL of about 440 million in total. And Kinetic and Morpho are lending protocols. Firelight is the first ever XRP staking protocol. Clearpool is a vault. Clearpool is a real world asset protocol. Upshift is a vault. SparkDex is a DEX. So I just want to take you through, for those of you that may not be that familiar with our ecosystem, effectively what some of the DeFi primitives are on Flare. So we've got quite a broad array of DEXs and post-DEXs on Flare. So from SparkDex, Gnosis, BlazeSwap, and Flamex. This allows you to trade tokens or get derivative exposure or effectively leveraged exposure to asset classes, whether that's XRP or other types of perp. With money markets, we have Kinetic, which is our OG, and Morpho, which recently launched, which is a more isolated type of lending called modular lending. So there's no pooled lending in Morpho. which some of you may have seen has been problematic. So Morpho solves this problem, and on Flare it's growing extremely fast. In order to make it easy for you to use your XRP, we have vaults, which allows you to effectively delegate the responsibility to earn money on your yield, or on your XRP, to a vault manager. And so you can just create FXRP on Flare, put it into a vault, and then just they will go away and do the necessary transactions to get you yield. We have stablecoins, CDP stablecoins from Enosis. This allows you to take your XRP and effectively mint a stablecoin, which is secured by the value of your XRP. Spot trading of FXRP through our bridge to Hyperliquid, and most importantly, we have DeFi coverage, which allows you to stake your XRP to provide effectively insurance across the DeFi industry whilst earning a yield. Next slide. So one of the things we've been working on really hard at Flare is, okay, how do we get people to be comfortable with the UI of using their XRP, creating FXRP on Flare in the first place, and then actually use it. And that's tricky because XRP community members are not that well versed in DeFi on the whole, tend to be buy and hold. But we've been fairly successful at it so far, and we intend to be more successful at it in the future. And one of the reasons we've been successful is we've provided just a huge amount of wallet integrations. We've built our own wallet, Luminite, which allows you to log in just with a password. We've got integrations with Ledger, Trezor. We recently launched Smart Accounts, which allows you to use Zaman to control Flare. And of course, if you use MetaMask, you can use Flare. What is quite exciting is that coming up in the next version of FXRP, you'll be able to mint XRP directly to Flare from an exchange. Next. Okay, I think this is a schematic of how Flare Smart Accounts works. It's a little complicated, but it essentially uses our data protocols to enable you to control your assets on Flare from the XRP ledger. Next slide. We also have full institutional integration, so that institutions who hold XRP or institutions that hold other assets can use Flare. So this is good for institutions, but it's also good for you because we've got quite a lot of security baked in. So we have early warning systems for hacks and those kind of things. So we've been relatively successful so far with onboarding XRP. But we want the ecosystem to grow a lot further. So FXRP is scaling, and we've created a huge amount of pipes both to other ecosystems and to XRP. We have some of the best user interfaces out there, some of the most intuitive, and really we want to just start bringing on more non-smart contract assets like Bitcoin, XLM, real-world assets like gold, and bring far more stable points to Flare. Next slide, please. So I'll try to go through Flare 2.0, which is the addition of confidential compute. But if you take one thing from this, just understand that this is how Flare scales for institutional use cases and AI. So this is effectively a slide that shows you how confidential compute works. What you really need to know about this is it allows you to do things in private, off-chain, with massive code bases, far more than you can ever get from any smart contract. But it still offers you broadly similar security guarantees to being able to do it, all of that on-chain, by using a special type of hardware which allows us to verify what has happened first of all, what code is running in the machine, and secondly, then verify that that code is run correctly, and then prove that down to chain, which is how effectively we secure the whole system. We also use this to create wallets on multiple blockchains that can be controlled only from an application that exists on Flare. Next slide, please. So this is something we call protocol managed wallets. We'll be using this for Bitcoin, and we'll be using it to create complex applications that bridge between multiple chains all at once. Next slide, please. So one of the ways we want to use confidential compute is regulated private RWA trading. So real-world assets have been issued on multiple chains. XRP Ledger is one of the larger places where real-world assets are being issued. Flare has interoperability with the XRP Ledger, and of course the ability also for real-world assets to be issued on Flare.
I was walking around.
Now, real-world assets are great for distribution to various people, but one of the things that is preventing institutions from really engaging with blockchains is that blockchains do not offer institutions privacy. And institutions want to have privacy when they're trading large quantities of any asset. And so our confidential compute allows them to trade between themselves and with other people, completely in private, but then prove and settle that down onto Flare when they need to settle that transaction. There's a schematic, but effectively it uses Flare's data protocols, can use different types of market feed, but ultimately you can create any kind of matching engine you want. And in fact, we have an example that we just released that sits inside Flare's confidential compute, allows you to trade privately, and then settle that asset back down onto Flare or back onto the XRP ledger or wherever that asset originally came from. Next slide. Same thing can be used in money markets. So again, institutions or maybe very large asset holders, they want to borrow against their assets, but they don't want everyone in the world to know they've borrowed against their assets. And if they're doing that on chain today, it's very visible. You know, if you go to a regular blockchain and you put your assets into a lending protocol, everyone can see what address has done that. So within confidential compute, we can solve that privacy problem, which allows us to build a full market in a regulated environment, which allows people to borrow and lend without exposing who they are and what asset they're borrowing and lending. Next slide, please. This is just schematic. I don't know why they've split these up. Okay, this is the one that I think deviates from financial use cases. But one of the things that is complicated in AI, especially as we're going to start using AI more broadly, is that, if you're just using an out-of-the-box AI model where someone else has the ability to update that model at will because they own the key, then its behavior might be acceptable on day one, but its performance may change over time. To give you like an example, imagine you're using an AI model to assess the risk of a particular transaction or a particular borrow-lend protocol or a particular customer who is borrowing from you in an unsecured way. You want to know that your AI is the same AI that you appraised and is consistent with what you think it's going to do. So by using Flare's confidential compute, we can put AI agents and AI models inside of the confidential compute and disallow people from changing the parameters of those models so that it can be consistent over time and you can have governance over those parameters. So we can automate the agents, so you can use a trusted agent with your XRP to invest in DeFi, whatever that is. We can have verifiable AI models for multiple use cases, including borrow lend, trading, that you know which model you're using. And we can also insert non-AI limitations into the outputs of those models. So we can run the model privately, but then we can have a filter which effectively allows you to control what that AI can and can't do in a purely deterministic and non-probabilistic way. Lastly, AIs can execute through protocol-managed wallets on multiple chains. So there's a lot of use cases for that. Yeah. Next slide. So in summary, Flare has built effectively very solid foundations around data and compute. And as we're now expanding our capital base, Flare is good for DeFi with non-smart contract tokens, starting with XRP. It's good for vanilla DeFi, and it's going to be really good for advanced institutional applications for RWAs issued both on Flare and on the XRPL, and also for AI. So Flare is effectively building rails for multiple use cases that we think will be extremely valuable going into the future. So that's an intro to Flare. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Makita Maxwell. Some of you may know me as Kita1211 or Kita's Brew. And hey, everybody. I am super excited to be here with 68J and the XRPL meetup. And I definitely want you all to make your way over to take a look at my table over here. I'm a girl that got into digital assets and cryptocurrencies in about 2021. I was a hodler, and last year I came to Las Vegas for the XRPL conference here in Las Vegas, and that day changed my life, legitimately. I was a hodler, I wanted to hold, I wanted to wait, and I realized that the world was moving, and I wasn't moving with it. And so because of that, when I came here to Las Vegas, I met some people that were doing things on the actual XRPL. They were building brands, they were building shows, they were doing education. You have people here like Stone, who has Coffee and Crypto in the morning, Monday through Friday, and brings all of those types of projects out. And this is where it started. For me, I ended up creating a skincare line. My skincare line is made out of grass-fed, grass-finished beef tallow, and it helps to make sure that you have the best moisturizing that you can have on earth. It's the same type of fat that's in your skin. And because of that, what I have decided to do is to bridge my business onto Web3. It's going to be the standard. And so because of that, I am so stinking excited to be here to represent the XRPL. And I also want to give a big shout out to Camila Stevenson, who's here in the audience. She has done so many things to bring awareness and education concerning the XRPL. And I really want to make sure that she is recognized because her footprint is so deep and so wide, and I'm super excited for her being here. Also, just to let you know, we're going to go for a short break, about 10 minutes, and then we'll be back. Other than that, come see me at my table. I've got some things for you, and I look forward to, I forgot to say, I did do a collaboration with the Bearded Egg Society. I created a beard oil and a beard balm. This year, however, I've actually kind of gilded the lily, and I made a limited edition beard oil for Brad Garlinghouse and David Schwartz. Come check it out, and I'll see y'all next time.
Take everybody's attention. We are going to move things forward a little bit. We have John If we could have everybody in their seats by 3:10, you're not going to want to be there for this. And we want to show John the respect he deserves and have all the conversations. Right after that is going to be the awards ceremony. So we got about 10 minutes to do what we need to do. All right, John, these are up at 3:15.
Stone, are you in the house? Stone. All right, guys, we're going to be bringing up John Deaton right now. You guys do me a huge personal favor. Hello? Hello? All right, so I want you guys to do me a favor. I don't want to call people out because I will. Hello? Guys, we're going to be bringing up John Deaton, so I want everybody to be seated. I want you guys to give him the respect that he deserves. Let's quiet down all the talking, please. We're going to be starting right now.
Well, I was going to do the announcement to get your attention, but I think James did a pretty good job of foot stomping that. So the man that doesn't really need any introduction, the man who has been a personal hero to myself, and I imagine there's many of you that have the same perspective. Let's everybody please grab a seat. We've been socializing, having a good time all night, and tonight, like I was saying, a personal hero to myself. I love this XRPO community more than some would say more than my own family, but you are family, so I think that's it all goes together. John Deaton laid everything on the line for us, and he did it without cost. He did it without thanks. He did it for all the right reasons, and I appreciate you guys showing him the same respect. I'm going to be enthralled with what he has to say. And if you don't know, future Senator of Massachusetts is coming to the stage. Welcome, John Deaton.
Thank you. All right, how's everybody doing? I gotta tell you something. I was briefly at the Bitcoin conference, and I gotta tell you, people are just better. I don't know what it is, but and I'll give you an update on Link2 and some stuff that might be. Do I get any Link2 customers in here? Yeah. All right, so we got some. I'll provide you with an update. I just contacted one of the lead attorneys on it and said, hey, I'm about to go on stage. There's probably going to be at least a dozen Link2 folks. I can't get on that stage and not address it. So I'm just going to back you up and let you know how it all went down. It was December. I had Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP since about 2017, and I wasn't paying that much attention. I saw a Brad Garlinghouse tweet that said something about the SEC and a lawsuit, and I really didn't think much of it because, you know, the SEC sues everyone. Amazon, I was like, that's not a big deal. They're just getting their pound of flesh out of every company like they do. And on Christmas Eve, the case was filed December 22nd, 2020. So it was 2 days later. It was Christmas Eve. And I pulled the complaint up on my phone. I've been a lawyer, asbestos lawyer, representing people who get mesothelioma and lung cancer from asbestos exposure. So I've been going against multi-billion-dollar insurance companies for like 30 years. But I'm not a securities lawyer. But I read the first paragraph, and it said, Digital Asset Security XRP. I was like, what? Like that? And I just started thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. That's like saying the oranges in a grocery store from the Howie, case would be securities. That can't be right. Gold has been used as investment contract. Chinchillas, beavers, the animal beavers have been used in a security. The beavers are still beavers, right? XRP is just digital code. That's all it is, alphanumeric code. And I said, nah, it's just inartful. They can't mean it like that. And I started reading, and I'm like, shit, they really are going after XRP. And I knew that the lawyers at Coinbase and Kraken and all of that, they were going to be conservative and say, you know what, the safest thing to do is delist it, because then if Ripple loses the case, then they'll come after you because you didn't delist it, just delist it. And I knew that regular people were going to get screwed. My daughter, just to give you an idea, my daughter, when she turned 18 years old, she got the money that I had put away for her birthdays, and grandma sends her money, and uncle sends her $50. So she was 18 years old, and it was 15 grand. And I said, okay, honey, here's your 15 grand, you're 18 years old. Please don't be stupid. Like, you know, hopefully you paid attention to your dad, right? So my daughter, unbeknownst to me, Bitcoin was at 10 grand. She bought a Bitcoin. And she took the other 5 grand, and she never heard of Brad Garlinghouse, never heard of Ripple. She bought the top 3 cryptos, right? She took 10 grand, bought Bitcoin, 2,500 XRP, 2,500 Ethereum. And I thought about it, like, that's your classic person. She never heard of Brad Garlinghouse or Ripple. There's no way she's in a common enterprise with every other XRP holder in the world. So I just thought about it, and I said, F it, I'm gonna sue the SEC. All the lawyers made fun of me, all the securities lawyers, like, who's this clown think he is? And then I filed the motion to intervene, and by that time, on Twitter, I wasn't that active on Twitter at the time. I probably had like 150 people following me. But after I posted it, and DAI and Brad Kimes and Crypto Eddie, Ari, and all these people started posting, all of a sudden I got 10,000 followers, 20,000 followers, 30,000 followers. And by the time the motion to intervene came along, I had 12,500. I filed as the first time anyone had ever done that in the history of the United States, basically saying to the judge, you've actually sued us. The SEC actually sued us, so we might as well be defendants in the case so we can be heard. And of course, they all made fun of me for doing that because it was so unusual. And I knew the chances of the judge granting the motion to intervene would be slim, but I was hoping she'd make me amicus, which she did. So we got amicus counsel. And anybody here send me an affidavit? All right, you should take pride in yourself because, to make a long story short, as you know, I got 4,000 XRP affidavits. And, you know, it was people that use XRP that had heard of Ripple, but they bought it for other reasons. People who had bought XRP that had never heard of Ripple. And when the judge decided her case, on footnote 16, she cited that my efforts for you guys in the footnote. She cited the brief, and she cited the XRP holder affidavits where she said XRP itself is not a security. And so it wasn't just me, right? Which goes to show you that when people tell you that one person can't make a difference, the reality is maybe one person can't always make a difference, but if that one person inspires 75,000 people to join, you can't ignore that. And so, yes, I appreciate how appreciative you guys are of the efforts and all that, but without you, I wouldn't have had that voice, right? How many times can a lawyer say, Judge, I got 75,000 clients, and we need to be heard in this case? It's something she could not ignore. She just couldn't ignore it. It was too powerful. So it really shows you, you know, like we coined phrase decentralized justice became like a coin, you know, a phrase that is now often used. And believe it or not, in law school, right, they are actually teaching the XRP case and talking about decentralization and how a community can come together and impact a legal decision. And when you think about it, the XRP Ripple case was the most significant non-fraud SEC enforcement action in modern history, and the little guy fucking won. So I'm really appreciative of that. Now, then, of course, after that happened, I was watching TV and I saw Elizabeth Warren on TV, and I was like, oh my God, it's getting to me. Like, why would she announce re-election and focus on crypto? Like, there's so many things to focus on, like affordability, housing prices, AI, jobs, all the economy stuff, foreign wars. Why are you focusing on crypto? And her bill, actually, if you read it, and it was very scary, she had 20 US senators sign on her original bill. It was a de facto ban of self-custody. You wouldn't be able to self-custody XRP, you wouldn't be able to self-custody Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other crypto asset. All you'd be able to do if her bill got passed would be own an ETF, you know, for BlackRock or Morgan Stanley or all of those. And I couldn't understand. I was sitting there saying, why the hell is the senior citizen, someone who ran for president, why is she focusing on crypto? And then I found out the reason. The reason is she went on morning Meet the Press with Chuck Todd, and she said America is ready for a consumer-based CBDC. All right? She wants there to be 5 banks, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, whatever, and she can control those 5, and there'll be a consumer-based CBDC programmable money so that when you make a donation and they think that it's an extreme, they can turn it off. Or geographically, your CBDC won't work in certain locations. That is George Orwell's 1984 Big Brother come to life. And that's a hill I'll die on. So many reasons I got in the race was I wanted to highlight that. I didn't know if I'd run again. And Massachusetts is very interesting. It also goes to show you, I got my ass kicked in the poll, when they went to vote, but I was the first Republican in Massachusetts. And I'm really not a partisan person. I've been an independent all my life, but we live in a 2-party system, so you gotta fight within the system. Best performing Republican candidate in the country that wasn't an incumbent senator. So we made progress. I didn't know if I'd run again, but when I realized that I could avoid a primary, I decided to run again. I'm going against this guy, Ed Markey. He's 80 years old. He's been in Washington. To give you an idea, you can see I'm clearly not a young man anymore. Ed Markey first got elected, I was 6. 53 years he's been in office, and so we have a real shot. So I'm running again at the XRP conference. We'll probably talk about it, and I think we're going to do it. And here's the thing I tell you: if you can donate, even if it's $10, it'll help. Even if it's $5, it'll help at JohnDeatonForSenate.com. I put my own money in it. I'm not in a position to self-fund, but it will help. And the whole point is putting one of us in the U.S. Senate, because I'm no better than any one of you sitting in that chair out there. Now, let me give you an update on Link2 so that you now take any questions, if anybody has any questions. So I've just contacted the lead attorney while I was sitting down there, and I said, I need an update. So we should be out of bankruptcy by the end of May, fully operational. What that means is if you have Circle shares, by middle of June, you should have your Circle shares deposited, unless you chose, all CEF, closed-end fund. They also said that there's a slight bad news, which is the surcharge looks like it's going from 5% to 6%. Now, what that means is that, let's say you had 100 shares of Ripple. Then if you're going to get 94% of your value, that means you would get 94 shares of Ripple instead of 100. Listen, I know it sucks, but bankruptcy, I realized I got the wrong law. When I saw how much these lawyers made in bankruptcy, I mean, some of them are being paid $2,300 an hour, and I was on a call. And when they were talking about it, I said, listen, I went up against some of the biggest attorneys in the United States, going up against General Electric, going up against Pfizer, Dow Chemical, Union Carbide, and I'm telling you, I have never yet in 30 years met a fucking attorney worth $2,500 an hour, right? And me included. So, but that's how it is. And so the DIP payment is somewhere between $30 and $50 million. Even though bankruptcy was July of last year, July this year, July last year, it's going to cost at least $30 million to pay for the bankruptcy. So what they're doing right now is finishing selling some of the shares. On the closed-end fund, you're only allowed to have 25% of one company be part of the closed-end fund. Obviously, the Ripple shares are more than 25%. So what they have to do is they're selling some of those Ripple shares and buying other shares for the closed-end fund. Maybe it's SpaceX, maybe it's Anthropic, maybe it's Celebras or any other company. and pay off that dip. And Forge has a minor objection. Forge is the one that has a liquidating trust that was bought by Charles Schwab. They have a minor objection because they're losing out on like $4 million in fees, and they're going to work that out. But they're confident that by June 1st, the bankruptcy case will be over. If you have liquidating trust, it'll be in your Forge account, which is now owned by Schwab. The closed-end fund will be not necessarily operational, but set up. It may take a few more months on that side. But that's me. That's why I got involved. I know it's been a long day. Anybody want to shout out any questions? I'll take any questions if anybody's got any. If you don't, that's fine too. All right. Clarity Act, will it pass? You know, Brad Garland went on like really out on a ledge and said at one point that he was like 75 or 80% sure. I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, they have no more than 10 weeks. When the midterms, which I'm involved in with my election, the midterms are going to consume all of Washington and everything shuts down. I mean, this is the problem with Congress. They're the only people on the planet that get paid to not do their job. They shut down the government, they get paid. They create those long TSA lines, they get escorted to the front of the line. They don't pass a budget, they get paid. And so, by the way, just so you know, my first bill, if I win, is called the Deaton Washington Clean Hands Act. It seeks a constitutional amendment for term limits. It seeks a new law that it's single issue bills. You know, the Ukraine funding bill, maybe it should just be called the Ukraine funding bill. And if it passes, it passes. Now, you shouldn't mix Social Security and education and Medicaid and food stamps and everything else. It shouldn't be 1,000, 2,000 pages long. Make the bill 5 to 10 pages, let everybody know it, and make a vote. If it can't pass on its own, then maybe it shouldn't pass. Also, if Congress doesn't pass a budget, Congress doesn't get paid in insider trading. Also, regulatory capture. We live in a country where you could be the chairman of the FDA on Friday. You resign, and on Monday morning, you're on Pfizer's board. Right? That regulatory capture's got to happen. I mean, we saw that play out in the Ripple case with the regulatory capture, with Sullivan and Cromwell and ETH, and the ETH ICO and the ETH Ethereum Free Pass versus XRP. We saw all that play out because of being able to, if you hire a law firm, Joe Lubin, one of the things that he did for Ethereum, which was brilliant, to be honest with you, is when President Trump appointed Jay Clayton to be the chairman of the SEC, Joe Lubin of Consensus ran out and he hired all Sullivan and Cromwell attorneys to be like deputy counsel, general counsel, and be in charge. And of course, they were able to, you know, because they were tied to Sullivan and Cromwell, be able to get the free pass by Bill Hinman and all of those folks that were at the SEC. And so I have a bill that ends that. You have 3 to 5 years. You can't go from being at the SEC and then all of a sudden you could be at Coinbase when you were in charge of crypto, you know, the week before. You got to wait 3 to 5 years. Same thing with the EPA, FDA, all that. We have to clean up Washington and put some ethics back in. Anyone else got any questions?
Hi, my name is Mike Dulip, and
Hey, Mike.
I'm a member of a community called Downsize DC, led by Jim Babka. I don't know if you've heard of him.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. I need to get you hooked up with Jim Babka because he sponsored some legislation in the past called the One Subject at a Time Act. And I need to get you two connected because I think you could do good work together.
All right, when I get off the stage, I'll give you my card. It's got my cell phone. You can hit me up, all right?
Okay, thank you so much.
No, I appreciate your
time.
Come to you, Mr. May.
So I have a question for you. You were saying this bill that you passed would allow for Washington to enter new position in crypto or any other capacity 3 to 5 years. So in the case of someone such as Carolyn Fan entering MoonPay from the CFTC, would that be a parallel as well, or something?
No, that would, under the law I would pass, that would be prevented. Like, you just wouldn't be able to go from the CFTC to be on the board of a company that you were just in charge of. Listen, we have a perception in this country that it's pay to play. And we got to stop going from one extreme to the other. Listen, we got to stop going from, in crypto under Biden, we had the boot of the government on the neck of the industry. 100%. Deep banking, the case against Ripple, Coinbase, Kraken, they were literally, literally trying to end an entire industry. But we go from that to the Trump coin, right? Like, I'm just being real. Like, we got to have some smart, what happened to just some smart tailored regulations, but the public's lost faith in Washington, and so for me, we just got to clean up. We don't do conflicts of interest, and it's been a problem that's been going on for many years in our country. Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. At the same time, the Clinton Foundation would take all of these donations from foreign companies and foreign countries, and she'd be giving meetings as she's sitting as Secretary of State. And whether you're a Trump supporter or not a Trump supporter, I mean, the family with the Trump coin, world liberty, and all of that, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, Trump just will learn there'll be a tweet, and then we'll learn that someone just bet on oil, just before the president sends a tweet. We have to clean that up. Both sides are responsible. I'm not going to say one's worse than the other, but the only way for people to have faith in their government again is to institute some kind of rules that makes it about public service and not self-service. Everybody goes to Washington. How do you go to Washington? Literally, it'll say financial disclosure, minus 45 grand net worth. 5 years later, $30 million. Like, that just doesn't happen on $174,000 a year for 5 years. It does not happen unless there's something going on, inside information, and the only way to get people to have faith in their government is to institute some of these rules. And Caroline, she might be a wonderful person, and maybe it would be unfair in her situation, but if you have a carte blanche rule, then it can't discriminate against anyone.
Next up, we have Melissa from VTHO.
Thank you so much, John. So, back to the one subject, or not so many subjects within a bill. That is something I've been very frustrated with for years now. In the event you win, you don't win, however this happens, what can we do as a public to raise up and make this known that we want bills that we can read and understand and that don't get a bunch of pork and all the crap that gets thrown in there? What do you suggest we do?
It really is getting people at the local level more energized. But just so you know, what you just said, part of that bill that I have requires that the final text of the law be published minimum 72 hours before there's a vote. Minimum. It should be longer, but minimum 72 hours so that people can read it. Because right now they're producing an omnibus spending bill that is 1,000 to 2,000 pages, and they're voting on it within 2 or 3 hours after the bill is printed. And that's just insane. And so it's really making people active. That's what I meant about getting people faith. People don't think that anything's going to change. And I tell people, I come from extreme poverty. I had this debate the other day where someone was talking about Republican versus Democrat. I go, you guys you're wrong. It's not about Republican versus Democrat. It's not about left versus right. It's about those in power and those not in power. Career politicians are the problem. And I don't care if that career politician is a Republican like Lindsey Graham or a Democrat like Ed Markey that I'm going against. they're the real problem in our country, in my opinion, and it's because people don't feel like there's any change. I said, if you think someone who's really poor like I was, if you think that we really thought there was that big of a difference between George W. Bush and Barack Obama, then you don't know poverty because shit didn't change. You know what I mean? And so it's getting people faith in their government. The more faith we give them in their government, the more active I think they'll be because they think their voices are being heard. But we've got to elect people that are one of us. We've also got to get people, maybe you or someone else in here, to run for school committee, run for something in your local community, because the people that are in charge, I don't think, give a shit. Anyone else?
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think that's it. Listen, I love you guys. I appreciate you. If you can't go to John Deaton for Senate, I appreciate it.
All right, I believe next up is the awards. James. Awards? You guys give it up for John Deaton.
Shouts out to my man, John Deaton, my brother Stone here. Okay, has everyone got a ticket? Yeah. If you haven't got a ticket, make sure that you raise your hand so we can get your ticket before we start giving a bunch of stuff away. Ticket. Can you guys keep your hands up if you haven't gotten a ticket? I got one here. We got one right here in the back. Two. Oh, that's great. Okay. If you haven't gotten a ticket, please raise your hand. Don't be scared. We got one right here in the back of me. As a matter of fact, can we get you might take some tickets from Jeanette and help pass them out. Are you guys having fun? Yeah. All right, we're going to give away a bunch of good stuff, and then we're going to start handing out awards. Is that okay? All right. If you haven't gotten a ticket, do me a huge favor, just keep your hand up, please. We got one more over here, Veronica, Jeanette. One over here. In the back, by the, two in the back. Two in the back, one right here.
Good dudes, good people.
Anybody else? Oh, right here, the gentleman in the back too. Sorry, right here in the back, sis. Miss Kamala Stevenson, did you get a ticket? Okay, we got to get her a ticket too. To me, guys, look, let me say this. I gave everyone, I put this event together last year to give people an opportunity to be a part of something for an affordable price. And all the people that you saw here today, I wanted to give them an opportunity to get in front of the stage and be a part of it. And this is my favorite part of the show, giving stuff away and handing out awards. Is that okay? So this is my favorite. I'm excited. And anybody, I think there was a couple guys in the back. Where's Veronica at? Okay, there you go. There was a couple guys. Can you guys hold your hands up in the back again? There goes that lady right there in the back. Lloyd, did you get tickets? Okay, my man. Anybody else? Going once? Can you give Dr. Stevenson Fuma? Oh, she has it. Right there in the back there. Fuma's out in the back there. The really sexy ball head guys, right here. That's okay. My wife doesn't mind. Okay, guys. So this is what we're gonna do. Is that the point that you want to do? Yeah, but we're gonna. Thank you, sis. Okay, Veronica, you got more tickets or you gonna? Okay, so guys, you guys help me welcome Veronica Singh, my sister-in-law, my god sister-in-law, and the most sexiest woman on the planet. 6 kids together, 17 years of marriage. We just celebrated. My wife, Jeanette McFadden. So come on up, sis. So we're gonna do is we're gonna roll the thing. I'll hand you guys. You guys can do this now. You guys can open this up, take out a ticket, and assist. What we'll do is start with, so what I'll do is I'll hand you guys what's going on in order, and then you guys can present in person. So by the way, guys, as you're coming up, if your ticket gets called, you're going to come up this way, grab your prize, exit that way. If you want to dance, that's up to you. Can we get some music, please? Jamie, come on. I feel like dancing. Okay, here we go.
Okay, the first one is 34127 All right, got a winner.
All right, you get an XRP MEETUP mug.
34127 242.
Alright, we got another XRP mug.
I think all these numbers are the same at the beginning. So 261. There we go.
One more mug.
140. 140.
I got 255. Next up is a smartwatch. We got a couple smartwatches.
255. All right, 012. 012. Anyone? Okay. 191.
202. Okay, 111. Okay, 118. 118. Okay, I got 072. 072.
All right, guys, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We got a ton of more stuff to give away, a lot. However, I'm going to bring up, when I can find the name, you guys help me bring up my two partners, John Singh and T.R. Grove, to the stage. On behalf of them helping me make this all happen, guys, I wanted to present them with an award. So, appreciate you, brother. And you guys, next up is my man for 40 years. I used to give this guy piggyback rides, and ended up being one of the youngest millionaires I've ever met, Mr. John Singh. Okay.
Connor Mickle. Let's give it up for Connor Mickle.
We all love hearing FML's story, right? Let's give FML a round of applause and bring him up.
And let's give it up for David and Judy Branscombe, contributing to the XRP community. Let's bring them up, give us some recognition. Big round of applause.
Jake Boyle, you still here? Jake? Jake Boyle. We're gonna keep your award, man. Bring it up. Okay, we're keeping it. Oh, Jim, can you take it? Give it up for Jake, guys.
Another big contributor to the XRP community, Mr. Josh Nelson.
Shannon Thorpe. Give it up for Shannon Thorpe, everybody.
Next up, Lady K. Come on down. Lady K.
Caleb and Brown, you still in the house? Come on up. Give it up for Caleb and Brown, guys. Stay protected.
Mr. John Deaton for last year and this year, come get your award, sir.
Let's bring Jim Bazzani to the stage one more time. Get up for Jim Bazzani, Caleb Brown. And Andrew Garza. Hey, come on, give it up for Andrew, guys.
Next up, another major contributor to the XRP community. Let's give it up for Stone.
Let's give it up for Melissa Deaton.
Next up, another big contributor to the XRP community, Mr. Man. Mr. Man, come on down.
Let's get up for Yellow and Steven Kyler. Hey, come on up. One more round, guys.
Another big contributor to the XRP community, Mr. Jay Claver.
Let's give it up for Flair, guys. Flair. You go. You go. You go. Yeah, and the Flair team. Come on, Flair. I see 3 of you back there.
And then one of the other biggest sponsors for this event, Jova Chain, the whole crew, come on down. Jova Chain.
Let's get over Flair one more time, guys. Presenting sponsor right here. And Joe Chain over there. Give it up, guys.
Let's give it up for Mr. Alan Staple. Come on down, Mr. Alan Staple.
Okay, we've got a few guys that are supposed to be speaking. We haven't seen them yet. Do we have Abs? Abs, Good Morning Crypto? Is he here yet? Armando Patoya, one of my favorites.
All right, guys. I also want to, what we're going to do next is I want to give recognition to the people who support our channel, that check out our amazing YouTube channel on X, Crypto for Life. We're going to start with actually one of my partners here, both of my partners here, TR Gurley and Mr. John C. Next, we want to bring up one of our amazing community members for Crypto for Life, Chicken 415. Chicken 415. one of our biggest supporters, somebody I love dearly, and her husband big time, my sister, Melissa Deaton. Next, I want to bring up my best friend for 30 years. This guy's just a huge inspiration to me, multi-million-dollar business guy. Also, he's done very well in crypto. Mr. Mike Owens. I know.
Also, if you need a car in the Las Vegas area, come see Mr. Mike O.
You guys have ever watched my show? You guys have ever watched my show, Crypto for Life? This is the song that I play each and every day, Crypto Tales. Come on up. This is one of my brothers from another mother. Come on up, Mr. Marvin Davis.
We need a little freestyle from Crypto Tales up here.
Also the one and only Mr. Jay Henry. Coming up next is, I don't think I have to see it. Justin Wynn. Let's bring up Big Bro 10.
Girls, it's bedtime. I love you. Listen to mommy and go to sleep. So for all my children that are out there, you know who you are, the twins. Go to bed.
Next up is Crypto OG. Is Crypto OG here? Has he made it? Not yet. Okay, he's coming in. DJ Jazzy XRP. DJ Jazzy XRP in the house? He might be out DJing. Next up, we have the one and only, the guy who helped me keep everything in order, my brother, Zeddy Buma. Next up, DCA Crypto Dave is in the house. All right. And by the way, guys, just so you guys know, these are people who watch the show religiously each and every day for the most part. Our Crypto for Life channel, make sure you guys go check it out. Incredible show. Now, the next, I appreciate you. I see there's some people that are not here yet, so we're going to wait on these. Has Paul Barron made it yet? Paul Barron? Not yet. Okay. All right, guys. Someone who's one of my biggest supporters and has to be one of the greatest women I've ever met. Why? Because she gave birth to my wife, my mother-in-law, Janet Lopez. And the oldest of my 6 kids who's filming this, my oldest son, Jalen McFadden, come on and get your word, son. And then you got this already out of the boy, the sexiest woman in the world, my wife. Okay, here we go. Jeanette McFadden. We're going to go back to the giveaways, but before we do, I have one of our members who owns a jewelry store. He's a big watch. Matter of fact, his name is Big Watch Dude. He sent in some very expensive Invictus. Anybody a fan of Invictus? I've got celebrity friends that all they do is collect Invictus. Matter of fact, Tails is a big Invictus Yeah, he was Invictus. Okay, so we're going to give these out. He sent these to us. These are amazing. And instead of raffling these off, I'm going to give these to people who meant the most to me and my community. So the first one's going to go out to Crypto Tales. The next Invicta watch is going to go to Marvin Davis. The next Invicta watch is going to go to Jay Henry. These are nice watches. If crypto hadn't done so well, I might just take one with me. The next one's going to go up to Fuma. Zeddy. Crypto Tells. Who's the other person I said it back at my home? Crypto Jesus.
Hey everybody, I normally don't grab the mic, but I gotta say this. For the last couple of years, I've had a chance to work with 68J, and he's one of the greatest humans I've ever worked with. He's literally the type of guy that will give you a shirt, and he always gives back to the community. So no matter what time or place, if you need me, I'm here to help you out with it. And I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We're going to turn it back over to Jeanette and Veronica to give some more free. How many people want some free stuff? All right, let's do it. Where's Veronica? Here we go. Let's get back to the giveaway.
Hey, I hope everyone has their tickets out.
I'm going to cry.
169. Come on, Rick. Okay, 106. 106. 106. 228. 228. 047.
Winner, winner.
047. 045. 045. Let me mix it up. Okay, 155.
Okay, this is for 2 Tangent cold wallets. Who wants some cold wallets? That was really, really low. Who wants some cold wallets? That's better.
143. 143. All right.
Winner, winner.
207. 207.
Congrats.
Okay, keep going. 120. 120. Okay, 083. 083. Yay. Okay, 266. 266.
I love it.
Okay, 266. Okay, 023. 023. Awesome.
All right, guys, so what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be giving away t-shirts, and I think my partner said instead of doing tickets, it's going to go to the most exciting people in the room. How about that? So it has, when you see see on the, by the way, guys, there are autograph posters in the back that you can get autographs from everyone that's here. We have that on the t-shirt. We have our sponsors on the back. All right, so you got energetic people, we're going to be handing these out to you. Now, if you're like me at 3X and you get an extra small, you can come exchange. How about that? They're giving these to the most exciting people in the room. Remember, there's thousands of people watching this live. Let them know where we're at. XRP Las Vegas Meetup. Let's go. Wait, we have more. All right, here we go, guys. We've got some more headphones to give away.
3 more headphones. 3 more headphones to give away.
Okay, there's a gentleman that's here in the back. Can you guys get his attention? The guy that in the back there? I think he had something special. He wanted to come up on stage and announce.
Thank you so much, everybody. Hi, nice to meet everyone in the crypto world here. I'm Jumpy, if you haven't met. I'd love to meet everybody here. We're the colorful people on the far left. And for those of you that have met, everybody we've met has been the most enjoyable people we've ever. And I wanted to make sure and give a gift to the person who helped us get involved in this community. His name is Stone. I'm sure you guys have all heard or met him, but Stone, if you want to come up here, man, I made you something special just for you. You're big on your brand. I figured we had to give you something colorful for your brand. All right, now you're across the proper. Thank you so much for introducing us to these amazing people and for finding us and believing in what we're doing. For anybody else that wants to help support things, we have. There's a little girl that has gotten leukemia in this community, and we are raffling artwork off to donate to them. If anybody is interested in helping that philanthropic mission, we've got it over there. And mainly, we're here to introduce introducing us to such wonderful people. Yes, it's personalized just to you, and it has your brand on it. Love you, brother. Thank you so much for doing this.
Hey, give it up to Jumpy, visionary. Hey, I appreciate that. You know, compliment the ego, right? You did a great job. Got my name on it, got my brand on the back. These guys are doing amazing things. If you haven't checked out their art, the way they're displaying all their stuff is next level, and induces that psychedelic effect without having to take the drug. You stare at that thing long enough. And they actually have a studio here in town. I was able to go and tour it. They have, it's like a museum. They have turned their house into a masterpiece. They host spaces, they do lives, they educate people on how to do their artwork for free. These guys are community members, community builders. I love community, they love their community, and they're just merging into us. They started out on a different blockchain and now they're here. We make them feel special, we make them feel loved, and they will stay and build. Just like all of you, we want you to build it here. Thank you.
Awesome. One other person I want to recognize who doesn't even want the recognition, but he deserves the recognition because we're all here because of him. This is the second annual XRP MEETUP. I've known this guy for 40 years. I've always looked up to him, not just because he's 6'8", I'm only 6 foot tall, but I've always looked up to him because he's always been a visionary, entrepreneur, leader, leads by example, an incredible father, husband. All his children are amazing. I mean, he has raised his kids in a way that I am inspired to raise my two boys. That's why our most recent newborn, who was born 21 days ago, he is the godfather and his wife is the godmother of our son, Noah. That's how much we love this guy, but he truly does care about the community. As you can see, he has a big heart. All the money that's coming in here, as you can see, he's giving it right back out. As you can see, he cut down the prices. This is all because of this gentleman right here. So without further ado, we can all rise to our feet, get some love for 6'8", Mr. James McFadden. So we're going to take another short break. We're going to be back here at 5 o'clock, but this is who you do not want to miss. Be back at 5 o'clock sharp, because Eleanor Tarrant is going to be hosting a panel with Mikkel, Hugo, Jim Bazzani, Abs, Good Morning Crypto, and Armando Pantoja. So you're not going to want to miss that. If you guys want to go take a break, Stone and Lady K as well. Okay, so go take a break, go take a stretch, go get a snack. Be back here at 5 o'clock sharp and we will get started. Thank you guys.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh,
I'm just too afraid that I'll be wrong. Don't wanna know if you're looking into her eyes. Just want you so tight, the way I did before. I overdosed, you know your love's a game. How can you like my brain? Always such a shame. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore. 6 feet wide, when I get it, now I'm running up super sweet. I used to roll the dice, feel the fears in my enemy's eyes. Listen as the crowd would sing, where they all came sad, loving the game. One minute I
big watch dude.
Is that the Nautica? Huh? Is that the Nautica? The watch?
Invicta? Yeah. What y'all know about it?
Okay, guys, we're going to get started. Can we get, and I do have Illinois, let's see who else. We need Stone, Lady K. Do we have Mickle? We need Mickle. Who else is on that list? Mickle, Armando Pantoya. Hugo still here? Hugo is here. So if we can get Mickle, Hugo, Armando. I saw Armando just a while ago. Armando. He's going to go get some water. You guys can go ahead and head up on stage. All right, guys, let me go ahead and get everybody here. We're going to get started, everyone. All right, guys, you do me a huge personal favor. Everybody, do me a huge favor. Let's take our seats and let's please keep the noise down. If you're visiting the booth, I can appreciate that, but let's keep the noise down, guys, so we can give this all-star panel our attention. Whoever's here will start
Hello. Can everybody hear me? I can hear me, so we're gonna get started. Thanks everybody for coming to listen to our panel. How's the meetup been today? Nice. Who's looking forward to the XRP conference day 1 tomorrow? Love it. No, me too. This will be my 4th year coming to the XRP conference, so can't believe it. Time flies. But for those who don't know me, my name is Eleanor Terrett. I am the co-host and co-founder of the Crypto in America podcast and newsletter. A lot of you might remember me from Fox Business. I covered the Ripple case back in sort of the early days. I guess I got into it a year after the Ripple case was brought, around 2021. Kind of followed it through into where we are now. I say time flies, right? Time really flies, because that was a big, big topic of conversation for this community, for Ripple, for Washington, for digital assets in general, for many, many years, and kind of feels like a long time ago now. Now Ripple's moved on, Ripple's doing big things, the XRP community is doing big things, you guys are all doing big things, so we've grown up, and we've moved on. So I do want to recognize some of the awesome panelists that I have up here tonight. We have Armando Pantoja, am I saying that right? Awesome. And we have, yes, a round of applause, please. And we have Hugo Filion. And we have Standby Stone. Yes. Lake K. And Nickel. So we're going to go through and ask them a couple questions, and then we're going to get into the rest of the programming. But Armando, I'm going to start with you. Your power triad model, which says compute, data, and energy may ultimately be the only assets that really will matter in the future, has been gaining a lot of traction online. Where does XRP fit into that framework as global finance evolves?
So one of the ways that, first of all, I want to talk about the power triad. That means that you have compute at the top, you have energy and data, and those three are going to dominate the wealth in the future and also our economy. You see it with NVIDIA, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you also see the energy constraints that we're now running into as compute starts to take a lot of energy, because compute does take a lot of energy. So that model kind of like represents that, and XRP fits in that model because a lot of people don't realize this, but the biggest problem I have with the anti-XRPers is they always bring up market cap. First of all, I don't think it should be even applied at all. Early on, we didn't talk market cap or charts, anything early on in crypto. It came later, so I don't think that's as stupid anyway. But I think people don't understand. They always say, well, if everybody in the world bought XRP, it would never get to that amount. First of all, that's a bad argument. But even if it were a good argument, what they're missing is that it's not just going to be humans using XRP. It's going to be both virtual and physical AIs, and robotics, and humanoid robots. Now, if you push it out to that, instead of 8 billion humans purchasing and consuming XRP and using it, maybe you have 10 billion humanoid robots, physical robots. Maybe you have 20 billion virtual AI agents using it. So now you've just quadrupled the addressable market of XRP. And now if XRP does what we think it's going to do, and you look at the addressable market, then all of a sudden you can see these $100,000, $500,000 per XRP prices. And I think the biggest misunderstanding is not trying to, it's called the anchor bias. It's that when you base your projections based on how today is, and you don't think about how the world is going to change. And I think that's the biggest bias that the anti-XRPers are being held down by. So that's what I think is going to happen in the future, and it's based on that model.
Woo! And can you just introduce yourself and what you do for the audience who may not be familiar? I should have made that point before, but please go ahead.
Armando Pantoja, I'm on most social media platforms. I'm a futurist, but I focus on the future of wealth, where things are going over the next 10, 20, 50 years. XRP fits into that model, along with other things like AI, quantum computing, and advanced technologies. Tall Guy Tycoon on social media if you want to look it up.
Awesome. All right. Hugo, who are you?
Hello, I'm Hugo. I'm the co-founder of Flare. Flare is a blockchain based around data compute. And obviously XRP, we are the leading XRP DeFi platform in the space, with having launched FXRP, which has been effectively a hugely successful bridge.
All right, my first question for you is cross-chain access for XRP is clearly still going to matter. What makes one interoperability model robust and another fragile, in your opinion?
So I think cross-chain access both for XRP and for MPT tokens that are created on the XRP ledger is important, especially in our view where we want to have the RWAs that are issued on XRP traded through compute on Flare. So what makes different models sort of either robust or fragile? So I would start with decentralization. The most recent issue we saw last week with a particular token using the Layer 0 standard they had effectively zero decentralization. They were using one DVM. And obviously that's a single point of failure, and that's the starting point of what you try to engineer away when you try to engineer something that is robust. Then, checks and fail-safes, testing. Effectively, you want to have as many opportunities to halt an issue with a bridge or any interoperability protocol as you possibly can. So we, at Flare, with our FXRP product, we have a number of different ways that we police that, including automated systems using AI to determine if there's a hack or if there's been a hack, and that has the ability to immediately pause the bridge to determine whether there has been a hack. And then I think last of all, design is incredibly important. So again, a lot of the hacks we see in bridges, those bridges are unconstrained, meaning that if you hack the bridge, you're able to drain all of the assets from the bridge almost immediately. The F-assets works in a totally different mechanism. First of all, entry and exit is collateralized, but secondly, we only allow a relatively small amount relative to the total supply to be used in any one time period, with the idea that if there is a hack, it's not a total loss.
Stone, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, hi, I'm Stone_XRPO. I host Coffee and Crypto with Stone, Lady K, and sometimes Ati. Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 a.m. on X. I'm a community builder. I love being here for all of you guys, and I found a home on the XRPO from a void that was there when I was looking for developers, and I was looking for a marketer, and I was looking for an artist, and I couldn't find anybody that didn't want to sell me something without asking for it. I couldn't get what I wanted, and everybody that I talked to, I felt like was lying to me. So I created Coffee and Crypto with Stone. Lady K joined me on the very first episode, and had no idea what she was getting into, but thank God she did. She never misses. And shortly after that, we met Optimistic Prime, and she brought this whole new light into the XRPL that I didn't realize I needed. I'm going to go on a tangent about me. You want to ask me a question before I get off?
No, I love it. I think this is a good segue into what I'm going to ask you about the XRP community. It's a close-knit, very enthusiastic, very, tight. I think I said tight-knit already, but, they really do believe in XRP and, what makes them different than other communities. And they are very like-minded. What have you found that you've liked in this community as opposed to other communities out there? There are a lot of crypto communities out there, but what makes this one special to you?
So there's a filter process in the universe, okay? And that is what got all of you in these seats right here. So the reason why I fell in love with the XRPO is the same reason I found it, the same reason you guys found it, is because you believe in something greater. You believe in the solution. You saw the problem, you saw the answer, and you believed. And then the government came in, the world came in and said, you can't have this. Everybody but Uphold, at least in my experience when I came in, everybody but Uphold abandoned us. And I believed in it because I did the research and I had conviction, and this is the solution. I figured out the problem, this is the solution, you guys have it right here, why can't I have it? And so the universe created this amazing filtration. Everybody that was in digital assets to make money, to capitalize on somebody else, to be the winner on their own little pedestal, on their own little yacht, live in their own little world. They don't want to mess with XRP. It's tied up in litigation. You can't make any money on that. It's a scam. It's a joke. Some company owns most of it, and they get to dump on you whatever you want. They didn't believe because they wanted to get rich. They didn't want to wait. They wanted to get rich now, right? So those people aren't here. The universe created a filtration system. We called it the SEC, whatever they wanted to use. We were sent our heroes, shout out John Deaton, right? And through that process, there were a very finite amount of people that made it through it. That was that filtration system. That was that get rich quick. That was, I don't care about my neighbor, I care about me. That was a bunch of I people. XRP is full of family people. My family. The people that think like me. The people that bring light to the darkness. Those are XRP people. This is the XRPL. That's why I love the XRPL. You guys welcomed me. You guys gave me a place to feel safe. A place where I could put up my standards. And if you didn't like them, you didn't come in. You don't. If you don't like the way that I hold myself, you don't find yourself in my circle. And all of you are in my circle. You know why? Because you love yourself. You love your neighbor. You love your kids. You want everybody to win. It's not an I community. Right? These are my people. This is why I chose XRPO. And that's why I show up every day. I did not find that in any other blockchain. Now, after the money's here, now I've found people that are much more willing to work with us. You know, everybody wants, oh, let's all play together. Everything should be, yeah, right? But guess what? My family is here. My family's building. I meet them every day on my show. They come up, they introduce themselves, they tell me, look, I have a solution. I surround myself with problem solvers. The small guy is able to earn a living. That's why I love IMU TV. I'm gonna go ham. Look, I know so many projects, and you all deserve a shout out. IMU TV is the epitome of what the XRPL is. IMU TV supports independent artists and gives them 95% of what they earned. IMU TV teaches them how to become sovereign, teaches them how to secure their artistry, whether it's art, whether it's movies, whether it's music. They teach them for free because they want you to win, because they're on the XRPL, and we want you all to win. And that's the ethos that we carry.
Yes, well said, well said. One thing I love about coming to the XRP conference is that there is a lot of small independent companies and projects building on the XRPL. Case in point, the gentleman over here, I had a very, very pleasant conversation with you guys, introducing me to your art. I've been blown away by some of the pieces that I was looking at just now, and it's, you know, it's here on the XRP ledger. It's just very cool, a very down-to-earth community of people. So I always appreciate that when I come out for the XRP conference every year. You don't always get that, like you said, with other communities. So, Lady K, over to you. Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
I run a validator on the XRP ledger. I do the show Stone, Coffee, and Crypto, and I do Digital Ladies Unscripted on Mondays with Melissa, Kita, and Opti.
And you said you run a validator. Why did you decide to do that on the XRPL?
Specifically because there are no rewards. I mean, if people didn't step up and run the infrastructure, we wouldn't have a network. So I always thought it was really cool of people to do that, come out of their own pocket and run that. And so when I was in a position to do it, I did it as well. And yeah, that's why.
And what makes the XRPL sufficiently decentralized in your view?
I think it's a low-cost barrier. I mean, you don't need special equipment. You need hardware. You can get off Amazon, and anybody can spin up and download the software and start running it. And I also, I really like the consensus mechanism because it is 80%, but it's not like you can just, you know, throw up a bunch of validators to take control. You actually have to gain trust. And so I think it's a good way. Every validator picks who they trust on the network, and then the network listens to the most trusted. So I think it's decentralized in that nature where anyone can come in, anyone can earn that trust from the other validators, and we have a good, healthy system. I know a lot of people say, like, no incentive is the best incentive, but I keep trying to coin no incentive, or the best incentive is your own incentive. You know, I have an investment in XRP, so I care about the ledger, and I know a lot of projects that do, and they should run infrastructure to make sure that the ledger is healthy and running. And so, yeah.
Sufficiently decentralized. I sounded like the SEC just now. Major PTSD there. All right, over to someone who probably doesn't need an introduction, but let's give him one anyway. Mikkel, why don't you just give a quick liner? Who are you, Mikkel?
It's kind of a funny question to answer because I kind of just ended up here talking about my own thesis on crypto, XRP, and managed to come across a lot of great people along the way. One thing I would definitely want to say is massive shout out to you, Eleanor. It's been really cool to see your progression in the space. I think your role in breaking down and making the XRP case mainstream was huge for the adoption of the entire asset class and to bring a lot of really important notoriety to what was happening and bringing it to everyone here to be able to say, hey, this is something that more people should care about. Because of that, me and Jay want to present you with 2 awards here for your efforts, and both of these are for your efforts covering the XRP case and just your outstanding journalism, and it's been really cool to see your progress and everything you're doing now. So congratulations to you, and we appreciate you so much.
Thank you, too. So kind, thank you. I'll come get those from you in a minute.
Yeah, it looked like it was a little sketchy walking back there, so I was going to hold off on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to go around this way either. Okay, we'll do it later. So you cover the markets a lot, Mikkel, and curious to know, what does the next year look like in terms of price action for XRP? I think everybody wants to know that.
Yeah, no, it's funny, I got to make my own questions. I was like, I kind of gave myself a hard one on that one. I think the biggest thing for me that I always like to remain true to is what's actually happening. And over the last year, I don't think I have ever been more convicted in terms of the actual material developments happening in the space, whether it's teams like Hugo's team bringing DeFi to the XRP ledger, locking up massive amounts of XRP, whether it's the XRP ETFs bringing mainstream adoption to this asset class, or whether it's an announcement that really kind of flew under the radar today in terms of one of the first banks publicly announcing that they're settling transactions on the XRP ledger. These are material developments that are going to advance this space massively. And when I look back at where we are today in comparison to where we are when I first got into XRP, I didn't even know if this technology was going to be really allowed to persist in the United States. So to see tier 1 banking institutions, large governments, you have really sophisticated investors stepping into the space. These are the fundamentals that I believe are up 10 to 15 to 20x over the course of the last 3 to 4 years. I think sometimes it takes a little bit of time for the market to figure that out, but it always does, and I think price ultimately catches up to those fundamentals. So I think we're in store for a lot of catch-up. I think the fundamentals have never looked better, and looking at where we are now, I've never been more confident in the space as it stands.
Well, that reminds me of when I first got into the space, and as many of you know, but some of you might not, when I first started covering crypto, it was through the Ripple case, and I think at the time, XRP was something maybe down at 25, 30 cents. This would have been end of 2021. So it was a year after the lawsuit was brought, and all the XRP was taken off exchanges, and none of you guys could really access any of the tokens that you'd amassed, and it was kind of a mess, well, big time mess. And someone named John Deaton reached out to my former boss at Fox Business and said, you covered a story in 2018 that had something to do with the Ethereum guys trying to cozy up to the SEC and get a free pass. And we're actually kind of looking at this as it relates to a company named Ripple. They're getting sued by the SEC. There are parallels here. Look at this, and also look at all this research that I've done here, my law firm, Crypto Law, and see what you can find. And we were like, oh, okay, this is kind of interesting. And I mean, to say it was a rabbit hole was an understatement of this century, right? And I think, that really just sparked my interest in crypto policy. You guys know my coverage to be pretty policy-centric. I care a lot about what they're saying in Washington, about the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, but I really kind of cut my teeth on the Ripple case and sort of the regulation by enforcement, the craziness that was going on in Washington at the time. And I just feel really lucky that it was this community that got me into crypto. I mentioned before, it's a very friendly community, very unique group of people that, I've been in the space now for 5 years. I've met a lot of people, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Doge, you name it. There's not a lot of people that are like you guys. Kind of people in it for, their own reasons. Some people are in it for, the right reasons. Others are not. A lot of people are in it to get rich quick. I think we've seen a lot of that over the last year. With various meme coins, of which I shall not name, to do with higher office. But it's been an interesting ride, for sure. And, I mentioned before, this is my 4th iteration of the XRP conference, so I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'll be sitting down with Brad Garlinghouse, and I'm just blessed to be here, and I'm happy that you guys keep inviting me back year after year, and still find value in what I do. I know these days I tend to stick to a sort of a broader narrative, not so much Ripple, not so much XRP these days. It's much more sort of what's going on in a macro and founder level. Crypto in America, we tend to focus on founders coming back to the US after being pushed offshore. But I do want to open an invite to people in the XRP community, people in the space, builders, founders, who are coming back to the US after being, felt like they had to go overseas, people who are now finding solace with this regulatory clarity that we're seeing from the SEC, from regulators. I mean, XRP was deemed a commodity. I mean, how long have people in this audience been waiting for that? And that was, that was pretty something. So I'm just really honored and blessed to be here, and I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you all over the next couple of days at the Paris Hotel. This is the new one. I've never been to the Paris before, so this will be fun. And that's a little bit about me. Jay, wherever you are, I don't know if we have time to go into another round of...
You're good, yes, you're good.
We're going to keep going? Okay, cool. So enough about me. I want to get back into these awesome folks I have up here on stage with me. So I'm going to kick it back over to Armando here and ask you, if you had to explain XRP in one simple way to a beginner, what would you say? And is the opportunity still early?
Hey, I have the mic. I wanted to do one quick thing. One of the things that recently we've been focused on too is getting a lot of the traditional legacy people into the cryptocurrency space. It's really a big effort to expand more people into crypto and change some of those outstanding narratives. And on that note, I have a dinner with one of those firms right now that I have to run to. So I just want to say, Jay, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate you. And I have to go get a large firm to start purchasing XRP. So guys, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Michael.
So if I had to explain XRP, I would do it in relation to the other cryptos, because whether we know it, like it or not, Bitcoin is the most known crypto in the world. It's the first one. So if somebody is coming into crypto, you have to start from that position. You said, well, what is Bitcoin? And then you said, well, Bitcoin has its limitations. It's slow. It's not really good for transferring small amounts, big amounts. It's not really good in transferring value. It's expensive and it's slow. So XRP will take, it takes the positives of Bitcoin, but also gets rid of some of the negatives. It's built for value transfer. So in order to send money across seas, or to transfer value between banks, that's what it's built for. And then you explain that to the person. And the same question is that if we're early or not. And I always use this comparison. I say, and I heard it somewhere else, but it's a good comparison in this case. I said, when was it, over the last 150 years, when was it a bad time to buy real estate in Manhattan? It was always good. Because if XRP goes where we think it's going to go, it will never be a time when it won't be a positive chance to buy XRP. Because it will always appreciate in price. It will always do well. So just like Manhattan real estate, if you bought it in 1910, 1920, 1930, 1960, 1980s, you would still be in the positive. It doesn't matter when you bought it. And I believe that the XRP has that same type of situation to where it will always appreciate, it will always be a demand, and it will always be a supply crunch. So I really believe that XRP is the future, and that would be a way that I would explain it to somebody. Not too late, and it's a value transfer system.
Hopefully XRP never gets to the price of New York real estate, though. Yeah. Hugo, as policymakers think about the future of DeFi, what infrastructure is actually missing if you want institutions to participate without giving up on compliance, privacy, and control?
So I think it's partly in your question. Privacy is a big one. I mean, obviously, some chains offer it. I think Flare is strictly offering privacy through its compute environment in a different way to others. I think interoperability is absolutely critical, but interoperability which is paired with the ability to make that compliant, as opposed to just a free-for-all. And I think probably more, on-ramps and off-ramps for, individuals to be able to use those RWAs that are issued, because, institutions aren't going to enter the market by themselves with no downstream customers. And I think that means that wallets need to be, or the way you access wallets needs to be changed dramatically, because I don't think you're going to get mass adoption. And therefore, lots of people buying stocks on chain, for instance, through MetaMask.
I don't know. Where do we go with you?
I have no idea. Why do I show up every day?
Yeah, you kind of answered that though. It's the community, right?
Yeah,
a big part of it.
For sure, it is, and to add to it, it's bigger than me, right? I don't have the ability to do any of the things all these cool people that come to hang out with me can do. I have a lot of ideas, but I don't have the funds, the resources, the knowledge. True AI has helped out a lot with some of those areas, but I find I get up every day because I love to come up with the answer. I like to be right. I like to, and not right because it's right, but right because it's right for everyone. It makes sense. And it's very easy for me to see things as they're supposed to work. And when someone comes with a problem that they've been dealing with for any given time that's caused stress or anxiety, and then I can solve it in like seconds or minutes, or I know the person that has the answer, I know the person that built the tool, I know the person that's working on it, or the guy that just hasn't released it yet because he's waiting on you. And I make those connections, and it's like my heart is full. It's my currency. That's what I don't ever look at the chart. I believe in XRP. I believe we're all going to be rich one day. And when we're all rich, we're going to look around and what is the one thing that you really need? Someone to spend your time with. Someone that understands you. Someone that cares about you. If everybody's rich and finances are no longer a problem, what are you left with? Your health and the people you're spending your time with. So, and neither one of those things cost anything other than standards. Know your worth.
I love it. Lady K, any closing thoughts?
Wow, we heard a lot of great people today. My closing thoughts are I'm just very excited to see where XRP goes. Like you said, we sat here through a lot of attacks and a lot of downtimes, and now we are seeing regulations actually happen, and we're seeing more adoption, and we're seeing people build things that I just didn't think of, and so I'm really excited to see where this goes.
I have a question for all of you. You can answer yes or no or go into more detail, but do you think the passage of the Clarity Act is a must for the price appreciation of XRP, or is it
I think it's a step.
Is it going to happen
right?
anyway?
I mean, the traditional financing institutions need the rules of the road, so it's a step there. And I think once they have that, then we'll see just more institutions and more adoption. And adoption's another step, so I think it's just a step towards where we're going.
I want passive income. I want yield. And if the Clarity Act's going to hold that up, whoever is not signing, thank you. Yes, I've always wanted the Clarity Act. I want regulations. They brainwashed us to think that without these things, there won't be mass adoption. Nobody will trust it. Nobody will use it. So they're kind of forcing that they're forcing us to believe that we need that regulation. Something bigger than us is standing in the way because we deserve to earn yield off of our good choices. We deserve to earn a passive income off of our belief in what we know to be the solution. And if it doesn't let us have yield, if it doesn't let us earn passive income, we don't sign it. And I believe there's people looking out for us. So just because you don't get your way right away isn't always a bad thing. We don't know what we don't know, but we do know what we want. And we want to keep our XRP, and we want to earn yield from it. We made the right choice. We should be blessed with that for that choice. So I'm a mixed bag. I guess it depends on the outcome.
Well, if you want yield on your XRP,
I knew that was coming. Perfect setup.
And it's not censorable, so axe or no axe is sort of not relevant to FXRP. Do I think it's important for XRP? Yes, I think it's important for the whole community, for the whole industry. Do I think it's going to overnight change anything? No. Regulation rarely does.
Yeah, I think sufficiently transformative technology doesn't need permission. And I think the government, regardless of not, it was going to break through anyway. But I do think that the Clarity Act will help banks who are basically risk management organizations accept the risk a lot easier than they would have before. So it may speed things up slightly, but it was going to break through anyway. It was just a matter of time.
All right. Well, I think that does it. But please give it up for our awesome panelists. And I think I'm going to hand it back to Jay. You gonna take it? All right. We're going to give it to the one and only.
Appreciate it. I think we were going to take a break after this, and then we're going to get set up for... Oh, he's like, no. Yeah. Well, that was a good stall anyway. Appreciate it.
Give it up for this amazing panel, guys. Okay. We're actually ahead of schedule, which means we get to, for those of you guys who are paid up for dinner, our VIP dinner is going to be next level from Mia Casa. They're going to be bringing it in here. From this point, we're going to play a little music. Everyone's going to start heading out to the hallway. And then Jamie in the back and his staff is going to start getting the tables for dinner ready. And so if you're a part of the VIP dinner, you guys are welcome, obviously, to come. But after this, we have a penthouse at the Sahara Casino, about a $4,000 penthouse with drinks, where there's soda pop, alcohol, refreshments. It's absolutely incredible, pool tables, all that good stuff. And I got that for us to just get to know each other and bond. So if you want to come to that event, let us know. You're invited. The Sahara penthouse. Is that okay? Awesome. Okay. So at this time, let's turn the music up, Jamie. Everyone's going to start heading out, and you guys can do your thing. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Hey guys, somebody just asked me what time is the Sahara. So here's how you do the math. Our dinner here starts at 7 or 7:30. I'm figuring that we're going to be done at 9, right? Something like that, maybe like 8:45, 9. So if you head over to Sahara, it's going to be from 9 until you get tired. Okay, all right, there you go. If you want to know how you get to the Sahara, it's basically show up and get with someone that's here, that's going like, I don't know who advised you here, whatever. You can get with one of the influencers, whatever. If you have somebody's number who has my contact, and then people will just be coming down, grabbing you from the bottom, taking you up top. Okay? What's up, guys? This is your boy James, aka 68J. We just concluded the most amazing event ever. XRP Las Vegas Meetup 2026 was absolutely incredible. Make sure you guys check us out. Crypto for Life with your boy James, aka 68J. We go live 5 days a week, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you guys go check it out. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. The greatest family reunion on planet Earth. EAR.